Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? It started with the sound. At first, it was faint, a rustling above the ceiling. The kind of noise you dismiss as the house settling, a breeze making the rafters creak. But it didn't stop. The noises continued, soft at first, then louder, scratching, shifting, scuffling. Every night, like clockwork, they came. We told ourselves it was nothing, just the old house. But something deep down knew better. Something in me, a gnawing unease, told me this wasn't just the house. It was something else. Something, or someone, was up there. It all began a few weeks ago when I noticed the first strange thing, a strange smell. It was faint, just a whisper of something unpleasant. But it lingered in the corners of the house like a shadow, impossible to ignore. It wasn't the smell of damp wood or mildew, though the house was old enough for that. No, this was different. A sour, musty odor, like something had been trapped and forgotten. My family and I had recently moved into this sprawling Victorian home on the outskirts of town. A place that seemed perfect at first. A charming home with character, a large attic, and an eerie sense of quiet. It felt like the kind of house where mysteries could unfold, if you were lucky enough to uncover them. The kind of place where a family could settle in and forget the outside world. But I should have known better. You don't move into a house like this without its secrets clinging to every corner. On the third night, I decided to investigate the source of the smell. It was coming from above us, from the attic. It was a small, unassuming door at the end of the hall, the kind you'd never think to open unless something made you curious. But curiosity, I was learning, can be a dangerous thing. I grabbed the only flashlight I could find, a dim beam of light that flickered when I shook it too much. The air in the attic had always been heavy, oppressive, as though the very space above us was holding its breath. As I crept up the narrow staircase, the smell grew stronger, a sour stench filling my lungs with every step. When I opened the attic door, I almost recoiled. The air was thick with dust and that awful smell. It seemed to hang in the very rafters, as if whatever was up here had been there for far longer than it should have. The attic was sparse, with old, forgotten furniture covered in white sheets and boxes of things that hadn't been touched in years. But then there was something else. Something I hadn't expected. A small corner of the attic was disturbed. The floorboards, once untouched, were scuffed, as though something, or someone, had been pacing there. My breath caught in my throat, and I took a hesitant step forward. That's when I saw it. A pile of old blankets, haphazardly thrown in the corner, as though someone had tried to hide them. My heart began to pound in my chest. I hadn't imagined it. There was something, someone, up here. But who could it be? A thief? A squatter? I hadn't heard anything about previous owners or anyone else who'd been here. It was supposed to be empty. Yet the blankets looked fresh, as if they'd been used recently. Then came the sound. A soft shuffle, followed by the unmistakable creak of wood, as though something, or someone, was moving around above me. My flashlight flickered once more, and I nearly dropped it in shock. The beam briefly illuminated something moving in the shadows. Just a glimpse, a blur, but it was enough. Panic surged through me as I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet in the process. The door slammed shut behind me, and I was left in the darkness, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to feel. But one thing was certain: someone, or something, had been living in our attic. And they had been there for far longer than I could ever have imagined. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every time I turned my back, I was being followed. The noises in the attic grew louder, more deliberate, and I couldn't ignore them anymore. The strange smell lingered, always in the air, like a warning, like something trying to remind me that I was not alone in this house. I started to question everything I knew. Who would have been living up there? How long had they been there? Was it someone hiding? A criminal, perhaps? Or something far worse? That evening, I decided to confront whatever was in the attic. Armed with nothing but a broom and the faintest sense of courage, I ascended the staircase once more. This time, I was determined to find out the truth, no matter what. When I opened the door, the attic was still, silent. The air was thick with dust, and the smell was overpowering. But there was no movement, no sign of life. I scanned the room with my flashlight, my eyes darting from corner to corner, but everything seemed normal, too normal. It was as if nothing had changed, but I knew better. I had seen what I had seen. The pile of blankets was gone. Confusion washed over me. Had I imagined it all? Had I been so afraid that my mind had played tricks on me? But then something caught my eye, a small, discarded piece of paper. It was yellowed with age, brittle like it had been there for decades. I picked it up with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. My breath caught in my throat as I read the words scrawled on the page. He's watching. He's always watching. I froze, the paper slipping from my hands as a chill ran down my spine. The attic, the house, everything around me seemed to close in. Someone had been up here, watching us. They knew we were here, and I had only just discovered their secret. The realization hit me hard. Whatever was in that attic was not going to let me go. Not now, not ever. The presence I had felt, this feeling of being watched, wasn't just a figment of my imagination. Someone had been living here for weeks, perhaps longer, and they had been hiding right above us all along. I had to tell my family, but how could I explain this? How could I convince them that there was something, or someone, living in the attic? That wasn't a story you just tell people without them thinking you're crazy. I tried to keep it to myself, to ignore the overwhelming sensation that something was wrong. But that night, everything changed. It was just after midnight when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of something moving above me. A faint scraping noise, followed by a thud. Then silence. I sat up in bed, heart racing. What was it? Had someone gotten into the house? Or was it him? I didn't know how much more of this I could take. I had to find out. I had to know who, or what, was hiding in my attic. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and hollow attempts to find answers. Despite everything I had heard, everything I had seen, I kept telling myself that I was just imagining it. The attic was empty, surely. It was just old wood creaking, the house settling. Maybe even some animal that had gotten in. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Every night after I tried to fall asleep, the sounds came again. Soft scuffling, something brushing against the walls. The occasional thud, followed by silence, stretching longer each time. And the smell. That damn smell. It never faded. It was like a constant reminder that something was wrong, something was off. I didn't know how much longer I could endure it. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus. It couldn't even think clearly. It felt like the house itself was closing in on me, like the walls were closing in, tightening with every passing hour. I couldn't tell my family. Not yet. How could I explain something so unbelievable? They would think I was crazy, paranoid. My wife, Sarah, had already started asking why I'd been acting so strange lately, why I wasn't getting any sleep. And I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. How could I? But things were getting worse. The nights were the hardest. I'd lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds coming from above, and every time I'd be forced to fight the overwhelming urge to get up and check. But I couldn't. I was terrified. I had no idea what I might find. Then, on the 7th night, it happened. I woke up suddenly, gasping for air. My heart was pounding in my chest, as though I had just run a marathon. I didn't know why I was awake, but something felt different. The air felt heavier, and the house seemed more oppressive than usual. I glanced at the clock. It was 3:17 a.m., and then I heard it. The sound was unmistakable. The sound of something, or someone, walking across the floor of the attic. It was slow, deliberate, heavy. A shuffling, dragging sound, like someone was moving slowly, as if they were trying not to be heard. But I could hear them. My pulse quickened. I bolted upright, my breath catching in my throat. I had to move. I couldn't stay in that room. I couldn't just lie there, pretending that everything was okay. I grabbed the flashlight and quietly slipped out of bed. Sarah was still asleep, oblivious to everything that had been going on. I could feel the weight of the house on my shoulders as I crept down the hallway toward the stairs. The sound above me was getting louder, more distinct. It was like the thing, whatever it was trying to draw me up there, trying to lure me into the attic. My hands were shaking as I ascended the staircase. Every step creaked under my weight, but it didn't matter. The presence in the attic was getting closer, and I had to know what it was. The attic door was barely ajar, as if it was waiting for me. I pushed it open, the door squealing on its hinges. The air inside was thick, the smell overpowering. I could taste it in my mouth now, a sour, rotting stench that made me gag. I shone the flashlight around the attic, but it was like trying to pierce the dark with a blade. The shadows were thick, oppressive, and every corner seemed to hide something I didn't want to see. And that's when I saw it. A figure, standing motionless in the farthest corner of the attic. My heart nearly stopped. I couldn't make out any details, just a dark shape. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and thin, almost too thin. It stood perfectly still, as if it were waiting for me, as if it had been there all along. I couldn't move. My feet were frozen to the floor, my mind scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this a person? Was this someone who had been hiding in our attic for weeks? Or was it something else, something much worse? The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its presence, like a weight pressing down on my chest, suffocating me. I had to get out. Without thinking, I backed away, slowly at first, then faster as I felt the weight of whatever was in that attic pressing in on me. I turned and fled, slamming the attic door shut behind me. I didn't stop running until I was back in my bedroom, breathless and trembling. My heart was pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I just stood there in the dark, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it. But deep down, I knew the truth. That figure was real. It was up there, and it had been waiting for me. I didn't tell Sarah. I couldn't. How could I? How could I explain that there was something in our attic, something that had been living there for weeks, watching us? The days that followed were a blur. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't sleep. The presence in the attic seemed to grow stronger with each passing night, and the sounds were getting louder, more persistent. I couldn't tell Sarah. But I had to do something. I started looking for answers. I researched the house, its history, anything I could find that might explain what was happening. But there was nothing. The house was old, yes, but it had been empty for years before we moved in. No one had lived there for decades. There were no reports of strange occurrences, no previous tenants who had disappeared. Nothing. I was alone in this. No one believed me, except maybe for that thing in the attic. It believed me, and it wasn't going to stop until it had what it wanted. The next night, I made a decision. I would confront whatever was in that attic once and for all. No more running. No more hiding. I didn't know what I was walking into, but I couldn't live in fear anymore. That night, I stood at the base of the stairs, the flashlight in my hand, and took one last look at the closed attic door. The house was still. No sounds, no movements. But I knew it was there. It was waiting, and I was about to find out what it wanted. The The silence that filled the house as I stood at the base of the stairs was maddening. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning out the usual creaks and groans of the old house. The air was suffocating, thick with anticipation. I could feel the weight of the house pressing in on me, pushing me toward the attic door, as if it were an inescapable force. But I stood there for what felt like an eternity, gathering the fragments of courage I had left. I had come this far, hadn't I? I had heard the noises, seen the figure, smelled the rot. The truth was right above me, waiting for me to face it. But fear, real, paralyzing fear, still gripped me. How could I possibly be ready for whatever lay behind that door? How could I prepare myself to confront the thing that had been living in my attic, in my house, for weeks? The flashlight in my hand felt like a useless tool against whatever darkness I was about to face. The beam flickered, a dim, trembling light against the vast blackness above. And still, the presence hung in the air, tangible, suffocating. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. Each step was heavier than the last, as if the very house was trying to keep me from reaching the door. I reached the bottom of the stairs, and my hand brushed the cold brass knob of the attic door. It was still shut, but something in the air had shifted. I could feel it. The thing inside, whatever it was, knew I was coming. I turned the knob, pushing the door open slowly, the hinges creaking like a warning. The attic was just as I had left it. The smell was still there, rancid and overpowering. But this time it was more than just an unpleasant odor. It was a signal, a reminder that the presence wasn't just an illusion. It was real. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I stepped over the threshold. The darkness seemed to swallow me whole, the beam of light barely cutting through it. I scanned the room with my trembling hand, every inch of the attic feeling like it was alive, watching me. And then I saw it. There, in the farthest corner of the attic, was a pile of blankets, just like the ones I had seen before. But now, they were arranged in a much more deliberate way, as though someone had been living there, creating a little nest. The blankets were stained, torn in places, and a strange, thick red substance smeared across the edges. My throat tightened as my mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then I saw the marks on the floor. The scratches, deep gouges in the wood, as though someone, had been dragging something heavy across the floor. My eyes flicked to the wall opposite, where a strange symbol had been carved into the wood. It was crude, hastily etched into the surface, but it was unmistakable. A series of jagged lines, crossing each other in a chaotic pattern, surrounded by what looked like faded, old stains. My breath hitched in my throat, and I felt my legs begin to shake. This was no ordinary squatter. This wasn't just a person hiding in the attic. This was something far worse. I could feel it in my bones, a deep, primal sense that whatever had been here, whatever had made this mess, was not human. A sudden noise broke the silence, soft, like a whisper, coming from behind the pile of blankets. My flashlight jerked toward it, and for a split second, I thought I saw something move. My pulse spiked as I took a step forward, my hands still shaking. The figure was there again, standing motionless in the shadows. Taller than a man, with limbs too long, too thin. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me, boring into my soul. I froze. The thing didn't move. It didn't make a sound. But the air seemed to thicken around me, and a wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. It was like my mind was being overwhelmed by the sheer presence of whatever this thing was. And then a voice. Not a whisper, but a low, guttural sound, coming from the thing in the shadows. Leave. The word echoed through the attic, reverberating in my skull, filling my entire being with a sense of dread that I couldn't explain. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of the sound. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. The voice was too low, too thick, like something that didn't belong in this world. I took a step back, my heart racing, but the thing didn't move. It simply stood there watching me, waiting for me to leave. And for the first time in weeks, I understood. I understood that this wasn't just an attic. This wasn't just a place where a squatter had hidden. This was a place where something had taken root, where something had been waiting for someone, anyone, to find it. And I had found it, but I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to be here. The thing in the shadows had been waiting for a long time, and it didn't want me here. I turned and fled. My legs moved on their own, carrying me down the stairs faster than I thought was possible. I didn't look back, didn't stop, didn't even slow down until I was back in my bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath was ragged as I stumbled into the room, gasping for air, my body shaking uncontrollably. I collapsed onto the bed, clutching the blankets tightly, trying to steady myself. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the image of that thing. Its long, twisted limbs, its soulless eyes, the way it had watched me without moving, without a sound. And then I heard it again. The faintest noise, a scraping sound from above, a slow, deliberate movement. It was back. The thing in the attic. It had never left. I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. The scraping grew louder, closer, as though it was moving toward me. Toward the bedroom. Toward the door. And then the whisper. Leave. The thing was coming for me. The silence returned, but only for a moment. The scraping started again. I could feel the vibrations of it through the floorboards. It was closer now, almost as though it was standing just above me, waiting. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here, waiting for it to come. But what could I do? How could I fight something that didn't belong in this world? And then I remembered something. The symbol in the attic. The carving on the wall. I had seen it before. The pattern. The jagged lines. It was something ancient. Something old. Something that had been passed down through generations. Rituals, warnings. Warnings to stay away. I knew what I had to do. I had to leave. Now. Before it was too late. But no matter how much I told myself to run, no matter how much my mind screamed at me to get out, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. Locked in place, as though the house itself had a grip on me. The scraping came again, louder, faster. And then, nothing. The silence was deafening. It had stopped. But I knew it wasn't gone. It was just waiting. Waiting for me to make a move. And I couldn't keep running. Not anymore. Whatever was in that attic, whatever had been living there for weeks, was now part of my life. I could feel it like an invisible presence, always lurking in the shadows. I wasn't safe. Not anymore. It was time to face it. The morning came far too quickly, though I didn't sleep. How could I? After everything I had experienced the night before, the silence of the house felt like a cruel joke. My body was still trembling, and the air in the room was thick with unease. The shadows seemed deeper than usual, as though they were waiting for me to slip back into them. I had to get up. I had to face this. But I didn't know how. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the door that separated me from the world outside, from my family, from a semblance of normalcy. But I knew that door couldn't protect me. Nothing could. The attic, the thing up there, it was part of the house now. It wasn't going anywhere. I stood up, steadying myself on shaky legs. My head throbbed from lack of sleep, but there was no time to rest. My mind was racing, pieces of the puzzle I had seen the night before coming together, but never quite fitting. The symbol. The voice. The thing that stood in the shadows, waiting. I needed answers, and I needed them now. I walked to the window and glanced out at the quiet street. The sun had risen, and the birds were chirping in the trees, their song a stark contrast to the tension I felt in my chest. The house was still, but that didn't mean I was safe. I had to face it. I couldn't keep hiding from whatever was in the attic. I had to find out what it wanted, why it had chosen this house. Why it had been waiting for so long. I glanced at Sarah, still asleep in bed. She was unaware of the nightmare I had been living for weeks. I couldn't tell her about the thing in the attic. Not yet. She wouldn't believe me, and even if she did, there was nothing we could do about it. I had to handle this on my own. I had no choice. I grabbed my jacket and went to the front door, my hands trembling as I turned the handle. The house was oppressive, its silence suffocating. It was like the house itself was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. But I couldn't stop now. I stepped outside, the cool morning air biting at my skin. I took a deep breath, trying to clear the fog in my mind. I needed to think. I needed to understand what had happened in that attic, what I had seen. I drove to the local library. The town was small, its streets quiet and unfamiliar. The library was a humble building on the corner of Main Street. I walked inside, greeted by the smell of old books and the hushed murmurs of a few people scattered throughout. The librarian, a woman with glasses perched on the edge of her nose, glanced up as I approached. "Can I help you with something?" she asked. "I need to look up something about the history of houses in this area, old houses, the kind that might have secrets." She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any questions. "Sure, we have some records in the back. I'll get you set up." I followed her to the back of the library, where rows of old, dusty bookshelves stretched out in every direction. The librarian disappeared into one of the aisles and returned with a stack of musty volumes. She set them down on the table in front of me. "These should help," she said, then walked away. I flipped through the first book, scanning through pages of history, previous owners, and town records. But it was all mundane. No secrets, no hidden histories. Just the same old stories about families coming and going, building houses, passing on properties. But then I found it. A small mention at the bottom of a page. The name of a previous owner, William Hargrove. The year 1918. I paused, rereading the name. It was familiar. I had seen it somewhere before. But where? I flipped to the next page, my fingers trembling as I turned the brittle paper. And then I found it. A brief mention of strange occurrences surrounding the Hargrove family. Unexplained noises, sightings of strange figures in the windows at night. The family had moved out of the house suddenly, and the property was left abandoned for nearly a decade. The next few pages were more of the same. The Hargrove family's mysterious departure. The rumors of something dark in the house. Something they couldn't explain. My stomach turned as I read on. The stories matched what I had been experiencing. The noises, the smells, the unsettling presence. But it wasn't until I reached the final page that my heart skipped a beat. The Hargrove family had not just left. They had left in fear. Fear of something that had been living in the attic, something they couldn't escape. Something they had tried to leave behind. My blood ran cold as I scanned the page, the words forming a chilling sentence. The attic was never empty. I slammed the book shut, my hands shaking. I could barely breathe. The thing in the attic had been there before. It wasn't new. It wasn't just hiding from me. It had been waiting for someone, anyone, to discover its secret, and now it had me. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The thing in the attic had been waiting for me all along. I wasn't just a random victim of circumstance. I had been chosen. The house had chosen me, and it wasn't going to let me go. I rushed back to the car, my mind racing with the terrible possibilities. What was I supposed to do now? How could I stop this? How could I fight something that had been living in the house for so long? I didn't have the answers. But I knew one thing. I couldn't keep running. Not anymore. I had to confront it. But this time I wasn't going in alone. I needed help. And that's when I realized something even more terrifying. The thing in the attic wasn't just waiting for me. It was waiting for anyone. It had been waiting for a long time. I didn't know who I could turn to. I couldn't tell Sarah. She would never believe me. She would think I was losing my mind, and I wasn't sure I could blame her. Who would believe something like this? Who would believe there was someone, living in the attic, something that had been there for decades, something that had been waiting for me? But the library had given me something important, something that made everything I'd been through feel like a cruel, twisted game of fate. William Hargrove's name had appeared too many times to ignore, and the fact that his family had fled because of the thing in the attic made my skin crawl. I had to know more. The thing I had felt in the house, the thing that was still up there, wasn't just random. It was part of something much older, something buried in the very walls of the house. I couldn't do this alone. I turned to the one person I knew might understand. David. He was an old friend of mine from college, someone who had always been into the occult and strange happenings. He had a way of talking about the paranormal that didn't make you sound crazy. But even more than that, David had an incredible knowledge of things I could never even begin to understand. If there was anyone who could help me, it was him. I called him immediately. "David, I need your help," I said when he answered. "Whoa, calm down, man. What's going on?" His voice, always so calm and collected, did nothing to ease the growing dread that had been gnawing at me since I had left the library. "I think something's living in my attic." There was a pause on the other end. Then the sound of David sighing, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "Tell me everything." I explained what had been happening, leaving out only the parts that seemed too insane even for David to believe. I told him about the noises, the smell, the strange figure I had seen in the attic, the marks on the floor, the cryptic symbol carved into the walls. He was silent for a long time, long enough that I began to wonder if I had made a mistake, if I had pushed him too far, if he thought I was losing it. Finally, he spoke. "I think I know what's going on." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" David took a deep breath. "You're dealing with something older than you think. Whatever's in that attic, it's not just a squatter. It's a presence, a force, and it's been there for decades, maybe longer. Whatever you've discovered, it's part of a pattern, and it sounds like it's been trying to get you all along." I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. What do I do? How do I get rid of it? David paused again. "You can't get rid of it. Not without a cost. What you're dealing with is part of a pact, a binding agreement that was made long before you or anyone else set foot in that house. Whatever's in your attic, it's part of the house now. It's tied to the land. And unless you break that tie, you're never going to be free of it." I felt my stomach drop. "So, I'm stuck here. It's not going to let me leave." "It's worse than that," David said quietly. "It's not just trying to get you to stay. It's trying to claim you. The house doesn't want to be left empty. It's waiting for someone to make the mistake of unlocking what's buried there. It's waiting for someone to come looking for answers." I sank back into the couch, overwhelmed by what he was telling me. My mind raced. I had been pulled into this. There was no way out. I couldn't just leave. I couldn't abandon Sarah. But the idea that this thing wanted me, it made my skin crawl. "David, what do I do?" I asked again, desperate. "How do I stop it?" David's voice became stern. "You need to go back to that attic. You need to face what's up there, and you need to make a deal. A bargain. But don't think for a second that it'll be easy. If you're going to confront this thing, you need to be prepared. It'll make you feel weak, make you question your own mind. It'll twist everything until you doubt your own senses. You need to stay strong." The words hung in the air. A bargain. A deal. I felt my throat constrict. The idea of negotiating with whatever was in the attic, something that had been waiting, watching, for so long, was terrifying. But David was right. I had no choice. I couldn't keep running. "I'll be there as soon as I can," David continued, his voice softer now. "But you need to be careful. These kinds of things, they don't forget. They'll know when you're weak, and they'll take advantage of it." "Thanks, David," I said, barely able to find the words to express my gratitude. "Please hurry." We hung up, and I sat there for a long time, the phone still gripped tightly in my hand. There was no getting around it. I had to face the thing in the attic, and I had to do it before it could claim me completely. I couldn't explain why, but I knew deep in my gut that time was running out. Whatever had been living in the attic had grown stronger. I could feel it, a dark presence just beyond the veil of reality, a force that had begun to permeate everything around me. It wasn't just the attic anymore. It was in the walls. It was in the air. It was in me. My mind raced. Was it already too late? Could I even stop this thing once it had gotten this far? Then I heard it. A faint sound, almost imperceptible at first. The same scraping noise that had haunted me for weeks, but this time it was louder. Closer. It was coming from above. I didn't have much time. I had to go up there. But this time, I wasn't going alone. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the stairs, my hands cold with sweat. The door to the attic was still closed, but I knew what lay behind it. I had to be ready. I had to be stronger. David had said I couldn't go in weak. I couldn't go in scared, and I wasn't. Not anymore. I was going to make it stop. At any cost. The air in the house was thick with tension as I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at the attic door. It felt like the walls themselves were closing in, the weight of the house pressing down on me, urging me to turn back, to flee. But I couldn't. I had come this far. Yet I had seen what was in that attic. It wasn't just a shadow in the dark anymore. It was a presence. A force, ancient and unforgiving. It had waited for me, and now I had to face it. My legs were heavy, like I was walking through water as I made my way up the stairs. I couldn't remember the last time I had felt this terrified. The scraping sounds had grown louder, more insistent, as though the thing in the attic was trying to break free, trying to claim me before I could do anything to stop it. I reached the attic door and paused. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. There was no going back. Whatever lay beyond this door would change everything. My mind raced back to the conversation I had had with David. He had said I couldn't go in weak. I couldn't go in scared. But the fear was inescapable. How could I not be afraid? I was about to confront something that had lived in the shadows of my house for decades. Something that had twisted the lives of the Hargrove family. A thing that didn't belong in this world. I grabbed the cold brass knob, feeling the chill seep into my skin. It was as though the door itself was alive, waiting for me to make my decision. I hesitated, and then I heard it, a soft whisper, no louder than a breath. "Come." The voice was low, guttural, and familiar. It wasn't a word. It was a command, a beckoning. My chest tightened. I couldn't tell whether it was my imagination or if it was the thing in the attic, but I could feel it now. It was there, just beyond the door, waiting for me. It wasn't just waiting for me to open the door. It was waiting for me to make my choice. Without another thought, I pushed the door open. The attic was dark, too dark. The beam of light from my flashlight barely cut through the thick blackness, and I felt as though the darkness itself was swallowing me whole. The smell hit me first, overwhelming and putrid, and I nearly gagged. The air was damp, stale, and suffocating. But I couldn't turn back now. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, and for a moment, everything was silent. The scraping noises had stopped, but there was something else now. A palpable presence. An oppressive weight in the air. I could feel it all around me, watching me, waiting. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking more than I intended. "Is anyone there?" My words echoed in the darkness, but no response came. I wasn't sure whether I was relieved or more terrified. The silence was unnerving, but I didn't dare move forward without knowing exactly where I was stepping. The flashlight flickered. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly shook it, and the light steadied. But now, it felt different. The light wasn't just a tool. It was a barrier between me and whatever lay beyond it. The thing in the shadows, the thing that had been hiding up here for so long, was just beyond my reach, just out of sight. And then, I saw it. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. A shadow, taller than any human should be, standing perfectly still. I couldn't make out its shape. I couldn't see its face. But I could feel it. I wasn't alone. I took a cautious step forward, my pulse thundering in my ears. The floorboards groaned underfoot, each sound amplified in the stillness. The shadows seemed to writhe around me, as though they were alive. It was as if the very darkness in the attic was reaching for me, pulling me closer to whatever stood there in the corner. And then, the voice again. Leave. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, forceful, and cold, like a command from something far older than anything I could comprehend. It reverberated through the room, filling the space around me, pushing against my chest like a physical force. I took another step. The flashlight flickered again, and this time, it went out entirely. I froze. The darkness enveloped me, crushing, suffocating. I could hear my breath, shallow, rapid, as my hand fumbled to switch the flashlight back on. It wouldn't light. It wouldn't work. And then, the scraping came, louder this time. The sound of something dragging itself across the floor. The sound of something moving toward me, its footsteps slow and deliberate. It was coming closer, step by step, the noise echoing in the dark. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place, my mind paralyzed by the terror of what was coming. But I knew, deep down, that I couldn't stay there. I had to act. Without thinking, I screamed. "I'm not leaving." The scraping stopped. The silence returned, heavy and oppressive, and I could feel the thing in the darkness, still there, still waiting. And then I heard something else. A low, almost imperceptible chuckle. A sound that seemed to come from the very walls around me. It was so soft, so quiet, but I could hear it clear as day. "You don't have a choice." I stumbled backward, my heart racing as I reached for the door, but before I could get to it, something grabbed my wrist. Cold. Ice, cold fingers wrapped around my arm, sending a jolt of fear through my body. I screamed again, trying to pull away, but the grip was too strong. I tried to shake free, but the thing, whatever it was, held me firmly in place. Its presence so overwhelming that I couldn't think straight. In the darkness, I could feel its breath, cold, putrid, on my face. The pressure in the air thickened, and the walls of the attic seemed to close in around me. Leave or join. The words were clear now, a choice being offered, but it wasn't a real choice. It couldn't be. How could I possibly choose? I thought of Sarah. I thought of my life before all of this, before the thing in the attic, before the fear. It wasn't just a house. It wasn't just a haunting. It was something far more sinister, something that was bound to the land, bound to the house, something that had been waiting. And now it had me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I knew that no matter what I did, I couldn't escape it. The choice had been made for me. I just hadn't realized it yet. The thing in the dark let out a low growl, and I felt my knees give way. I was falling, slipping into the darkness, and for a brief moment, I thought I might never wake up again. But then, a voice cut through the silence, sharp and clear. "Don't." I knew that voice. I knew it like I knew my own. David. I wasn't alone anymore. But would it be enough? David's voice pierced the suffocating darkness, pulling me back to reality like a lifeline. I gasped, struggling to free myself from the ice, cold grip around my wrist, my body trembling. The thing in the shadows seemed to hesitate, its hold loosening just slightly, as if uncertain, as if the presence in the attic had been caught off guard. "David," I croaked, panic rising in my chest. But there was no response, no comforting reassurance that he was truly there. The darkness around me swallowed up his voice, as though it had been sucked into the very air, leaving only a dead silence in its wake. I stumbled backward, my legs buckling beneath me, desperate to get away from the cold fingers gripping me. And then the flashlight flickered back to life, weak at first, like a dying ember, but it was enough to shed light on the attic again. I didn't know how long I had been standing there, trapped in the dark, but I could feel the presence grow stronger the longer I stayed. The thing in the shadows was closer now. I could feel it, even if I couldn't see it. Then, a figure stepped out of the darkness. It was David. His face was pale, eyes wide with a look of horror, but there was something else, something different in his gaze, something that told me he wasn't just scared. He was afraid for me. "Get out of here," David said, his voice low and urgent. "Now, it's not what you think." I blinked, the words barely registering. "What are you talking about?" "David, we have tow." "No. You can't just confront it like this." He interrupted, his voice sharp, almost desperate. He took a few steps toward me, glancing around nervously as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. "You have to understand. It's not something you fight. Not like this. You have no idea what you're dealing with." I opened my mouth to argue, but the words caught in my throat. The realization was starting to sink in. This wasn't just a matter of fighting some kind of ghost or monster. No, this was something much older, something ancient, bound to the land. And I had unwittingly stepped right into its trap. David's eyes flickered to the farthest corner of the attic, where the shadows seemed to deepen, and the faintest outline of something long and twisted moved in the dim light. The thing in the corner was watching us, its presence heavy, pressing down on everything in the attic. I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just a thing. It was a creature of the dark, something that fed off fear, something that was impossible to escape without giving it something in return. "We need to go," David said, more forcefully now, grabbing my arm. His grip was firm. But his eyes were filled with a terror I had never seen in him before. "We can't fight it here. If you don't listen to me, it's going to take us both." "Take us both," I repeated, confused. "David, what do you mean? What is this thing? What does it want?" David's expression darkened, and his gaze shifted from me to the shadows that loomed behind us. "It's not just a spirit or an entity. It's a bargainer." The word hit me like a slap to the face. "A bargainer," I echoed. "What do you mean?" "The thing in the attic. It doesn't take your life like you think. It doesn't kill you. It takes you. Your soul, your will, your choices. It's ancient, and it's bound to this place, to this house. It's been here for centuries, watching families come and go. It doesn't let you leave unless it gets what it wants." I shook my head in disbelief. That's impossible. What does it want from me? Why me?" David stepped back slightly, his face grim. "Because you opened the door. Because you came looking for answers. You're the one it's been waiting for. And now it's offering you a choice." I froze. "Choice?" David nodded, glancing nervously over his shoulder, as if he feared the thing in the attic might be listening. "A bargain. A deal. You can leave, but only if you give something in return. A piece of yourself, your free will, your soul. Or you can stay and become part of it. You can join it, become its servant. It's been waiting for someone who would be worthy enough to enter the house. And now that you're here, you're part of the deal." My blood ran cold. The implications of David's words were too much to process. A bargain. A piece of myself. The very idea of it filled me with dread, but there was something in my gut, a cold, nagging feeling, that told me this wasn't just a theory. This was real. But why me? I whispered, my voice hoarse. I don't understand. Why me? David's face hardened, and he took a deep breath. Because you're the one who opened the door. The house was waiting for someone to come looking, someone who would understand what it wanted. The Hargrove family. When they left without giving it what it needed. And now it's looking for someone who will. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. The weight of David's words crashed down on me. I was a part of this now, whether I liked it or not. The house, the thing in the attic, it was choosing me. It had already chosen me the moment I stepped inside. David took a step closer, his voice barely a whisper. You have two options. You can leave, but it will take something. Your memories, your future, a part of your essence. Or you can stay and become one with it. You'll be trapped here, serving it, living in the shadows forever. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed. Was this really happening? Was this really the choice before me? To leave everything behind, or to stay and become a part of something that had been lurking in the darkness for centuries? The room seemed to close in around me. I turned my eyes back to the shadows, where the thing in the attic stood, waiting, watching, as if it were preparing to make its move. I could feel its eyes on me, on David. It was offering me a choice, but there was no way out. No matter what decision I made, it was going to take something from me. David was right. I couldn't fight it. Not here. Not alone. I had to make a choice. The scraping sound came again, closer, louder, as if the thing in the shadows was approaching, moving toward us. The time was running out, and then I heard its voice again, soft, insistent. Leave, or stay, your choice, but there will be consequences. And with that, I knew that the true battle wasn't just with the thing in the attic. It was with myself. Would I give in to fear and leave? Would I make the ultimate sacrifice to escape its grip? Or would I stay, knowing I would be trapped forever in the darkness? Bound by the house's terrible bargain, the decision had to be made now, and the choice would change everything. The thing in the attic was closer now. I could feel its presence wrapping itself around me, like the very air was thick with it. The shadows seemed to be stretching, reaching for me, drawing me deeper into the darkness. My heart raced as I turned toward David, desperation in my voice. David, I don't understand. How do I make the choice? How do I know what's worth giving up? David's eyes locked with mine, filled with fear and regret. He stepped closer, his voice low and urgent. You won't know. That's the point. You'll never truly understand what you're giving up until it's gone. But what's important now is that you make the decision quickly, because the longer you wait, the harder it will become. The longer you stay here, the more it owns you. A shiver ran down my spine. I could feel the thing, whatever it was, moving in the shadows, as though it were biding its time, waiting for me to decide. David continued, his words quiet but laden with urgency. The house is old. It has its rules, its agreements. The bargain it offers, it's not one that can be broken. Not without a price. I felt my breath catch in my throat. What do you mean? What happens if I leave? What happens if I stay? David looked over his shoulder, as though afraid the thing might be listening, but I already knew it was. It had been watching us this whole time. The darkness in the attic was no longer just an absence of light. It was a living, breathing thing. Leaving means you give up something, David said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not a matter of running away from the house. If you leave, you will lose part of yourself. Maybe your memories. Maybe your will to live. Maybe even the things that make you you. But if you stay, you become part of it. You'll be trapped in the house, bound to it, your essence feeding whatever it is that lives here. My legs felt weak as I leaned against the wall, trying to steady myself. The weight of the decision pressed on me like a stone. crushing the air from my lungs. I had never imagined something so horrific could exist, let alone that I'd be standing in the middle of it. The shadows were moving. I could see them now, undulating across the floor like smoke, as though the darkness itself were alive, waiting for me to make my choice. I can't leave without knowing what's going to happen, I said, my voice shaking. I need to know what will happen to me if I stay. David didn't answer right away. He turned away from me, his eyes flicking to the far corner of the attic, where the shadows seemed to grow thicker, where the air itself felt heavy, suffocating. I could see his expression darken as he took a deep breath. He didn't want to say what I already knew. There was no good outcome here. If you stay, he said finally, his voice low and filled with sorrow, you'll be a part of the house. You'll become a servant to it, bound by the bargain. Your soul will be tied to the land, to the darkness. And over time, you'll lose yourself. Your memories will fade. Your will break. You won't even remember who you were. You'll be something else. Just another shadow in the house, a part of it. I felt my stomach churn. It was as if the very air around me had become toxic, thick with the realization of the fate that awaited me if I made the wrong choice. But then I thought of Sarah, of my life. I couldn't leave her behind, but I also couldn't stay. Not in that place. Not with whatever waited in the shadows. You've been here before, haven't you? I asked, my voice hoarse. David's gaze flickered, and I saw the fear flash in his eyes. I was just like you, he said quietly, searching for answers, wanting to understand. I thought I could handle it. Thought I could fight it. But once you're in, it's too late. You don't get to make that decision. It's already been made for you. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. David had been here before. He had seen this house, this thing in the attic. He had chosen to stay, or perhaps had been forced to, and now it was too late for him too. He had become part of the house, part of whatever evil had claimed it long ago. Then how do I get out? I whispered, a sob rising in my throat. How do I stop it? David turned back to me, his eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful pity. You can't. Not really. The words hit me like a physical blow. I took a step back, my chest tight with the weight of what David was saying. What do you mean? There has to be a way. David stepped toward me, his hand resting on my shoulder. You don't understand. The house makes its own rules. It traps people. It feeds on the living. There is no escape, not without a price. I couldn't breathe. My mind reeled as I tried to make sense of it all. The thing in the attic, the whispers, the bargain. It was all too much. I felt like I was drowning, like I was slipping deeper into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. David's voice was steady as he spoke again, and I saw the resigned look in his eyes. The only way out is to make a deal. You have to offer it something. A piece of yourself. Something you'll never get back. If you want to escape, you have to leave behind something that makes you human. Your soul, your memories, your free will. Something. I shook my head. I don't know what to give. What if I give it the wrong thing? What if it's too much? David looked at me gravely, his voice softer now. That's the risk. There's no going back. But it's the only choice you have. The only way to keep the thing from consuming you entirely is to give it what it wants. Your soul, your will, your essence. I felt a cold tremor run through me. My thoughts spun. What could I give up? What was I willing to lose? David was right. The longer I stayed, the more I became a part of this place. The longer I hesitated, the more the darkness would consume me. The shadows in the attic seemed to shift again, like tendrils reaching for me, growing darker, deeper, drawing closer. It was time. I had to make my choice. But the moment I decided, I knew there would be no going back. The house would claim its price, and there would be no freedom without a cost. I have to go, I said, the words choking me. I'll leave. But what do I offer? What does it want from me? David gave me one last, haunted look. Whatever it wants, it'll take. I felt the thing's presence swelling around me, like it was closing in, pushing against me, pulling me into its web. And I knew in that moment that my choice had already been made. The price had to be paid. But what would I lose in the process? The air in the attic felt thick, suffocating, as though it were alive, waiting for me to make the one decision that would define the rest of my life. Every inch of my body screamed for escape, for safety, for something to offer me an out. But there was no escaping the choice before me. The thing in the shadows, the oppressive darkness in the attic, was watching, waiting, its presence pressing in from all sides. David was standing just a few feet away, his face twisted with a mixture of regret and resignation, but there was no turning back now. He had tried to warn me. He had tried to tell me the truth, but I hadn't been ready to hear it until now. The thing that had been lurking in the attic for decades, centuries, was far more than I had ever imagined. It was a force, a power bound to the land, feeding off the living, waiting for someone foolish enough to open the door. And now, that someone was me. My mind raced as I stood there, the shadows creeping closer, curling around me like fingers reaching for my soul. The voice in the dark had spoken again, low and insistent, leave or stay. Your choice. But there will be consequences. But what could I offer? What could I give in exchange for my life, my memories, my freedom? I couldn't leave everything behind. But I knew that if I stayed, the price would be something far worse. It would be a slow, agonizing death, not in the physical sense, but a death of the self, a death of my soul, my will, my memories. I would become just another part of the house, just another shadow trapped forever in the dark. I turned back to David, my voice barely a whisper. How do I make the offering? How do I know what it wants? David didn't answer right away. He took a step back, looking toward the shadows, as if trying to distance himself from what was coming. It knows what it wants, he said, his voice full of sorrow, and it will take whatever it deems necessary. But you have to choose, or it will choose for you. I felt the weight of his words settle heavily on my chest. It would choose for me, and that, I realized, was the worst part. The idea of giving up control, of surrendering to something so ancient, so powerful, was terrifying. But I knew that the longer I stayed in the attic, the more I became a part of it. The walls around me seemed to close in. The darkness was no longer just a lack of light. It had become something tangible, something that had weight. I could feel the oppressive pressure on my chest, the sense of being drawn into the very core of the house, swallowed by it, consumed by it. David's voice brought me back to the present. You'll never be free of it, he said, his tone low and resigned. But you can at least keep your humanity. You can make the bargain, give it what it needs, and leave. But there will be a price, and you'll never be the same again. I nodded, though the words meant nothing. I didn't know what it would cost. I didn't know how to make this right, but I knew that I had no choice. The house was already taking from me. Its grip on me was already tightening, and every second I waited would only make it harder to escape. The shadows shifted again, growing darker, swirling around me like a living thing. And then, the voice came again, this time much louder, more insistent. Leave, or join. I felt the pressure on my chest increase, suffocating me. The air was thick with an oppressive, suffocating energy, as if the very house was closing in around me, its walls squeezing the life out of me. I'll make the bargain. I whispered, the words barely audible. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. The house seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for my decision to take root. And then, I felt it. A shift in the air, a sudden surge of power. The shadows around me recoiled, pulling back as if they were afraid of what was to come. You have chosen, the voice said, its tone almost pleased. Now, what will you give? I felt my heart race. What could I give? What was I willing to sacrifice? My soul. My memories. A piece of my life. I thought of Sarah. Of my life before all of this. My home. The future we were supposed to have together. It was all slipping away. The weight of the choice was suffocating. But there was no way back. The shadows were closing in again, pressing against me, making it harder to breathe. I stepped forward, my legs shaking, my mind spinning. Take my memories, I said, my voice trembling. Take my memories of this place, of the house. Take everything that ties me to it. There was a pause. The air seemed to grow even heavier, like the house itself was contemplating my offering. And then, slowly, the shadows around me shifted. They wrapped around me, curling against my skin. A cold, suffocating pressure, as though the house were pulling the memories from my mind, piece by piece. I felt it then, the sensation of something being taken from me. It was like a part of my very being was being ripped away. I couldn't remember what I had just said. I couldn't remember the words, the images, the people that had once meant so much to me. The darkness around me swirled, twisting, tightening. I could feel my memories slipping away, disappearing into the ether, swallowed up by the house. The house that had claimed me, the house that would never let me go. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. The air cleared. The shadows receded. I could breathe again. But something was missing. A deep, empty void inside me. The memories of my life, of the world I once knew, were gone. The house had taken them. You've made your choice, the voice said, its tone now satisfied, final. You may leave now, but you will never be the same. You will never remember. Your life here is over. I could feel the weight of the bargain settling on me. I wasn't the same. I wasn't even sure who I was anymore. David stepped toward me, his eyes haunted, his face pale. You did it. You're free. But I wasn't. I knew it. I could feel it deep in my bones. I had paid the price. I had given up something precious, something irreplaceable. And in exchange, I had been allowed to leave. The attic door was now open, beckoning me. The thing in the shadows had released me, but I wasn't sure what kind of freedom this was. The house had taken its toll. I couldn't escape that. I stepped toward the door, but as I passed through it, I felt the darkness follow me, a lingering presence, a shadow that would never leave. And I realized then that no matter where I went, I would never truly escape the attic. It was with me, a part of me, forever. The bargain had been struck. And now, there was no going back. The house was quiet as I stepped through the attic door and back into the familiar hallway. For a moment, it almost felt like nothing had changed. The oppressive weight, the thick air, the sense of something watching, waiting, it was gone. But a part of me knew it hadn't disappeared. The house had taken its toll. And though the darkness had lifted in the physical sense, it still clung to me like a shadow. I stood in the hallway, my body trembling with exhaustion, my mind racing. I felt empty, hollow. I couldn't remember what had just happened in that attic, couldn't recall the details of the bargain I had struck. There was a blur, a fog over my mind where memories used to be, faces, moments, names. They were all slipping away like sand through my fingers, fading faster with every passing second. The house had claimed them. I glanced toward the stairs, where the attic door had swung open behind me. I didn't dare look back. The house felt different now, quieter in a way that was more unsettling than anything before. It was like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. I could hear Sarah moving around downstairs, her voice soft as she hummed along with the radio. Oblivious to everything that had happened, to what I had just done. I didn't know how to explain what had just transpired. How could I? I barely understood it myself. But I had left the attic. I had made the bargain. And I was free. I took one slow step toward the stairs, my legs shaky, Each movement felt like it took an immense amount of effort, like something was weighing me down. The air around me felt thick, heavy, as if I was walking through water. I could still feel the presence of the house pressing against me, even though I couldn't see it anymore. I had paid the price. I reached the top of the stairs, where I hesitated for a moment before walking down toward the living room. It was there that I would find Sarah, the one person who had no idea what I had just done, who had no idea what had been taken from me. I had been so focused on escaping the attic, on surviving the ordeal, that I hadn't thought about what would happen once I left it. Would Sarah even recognize me? The thought hit me like a cold rush. Something inside me shifted, and I had the sudden, undeniable feeling that things weren't the same. I wasn't the same. I had made my choice, but now there were consequences I didn't fully understand. I shook my head, trying to push the thought away, and took another step. My heart was racing, and I could feel my chest tighten with every breath I took. I didn't know what had happened to me in that attic, but I knew one thing. I was no longer the person who had stepped into this house. As I entered the living room, I saw Sarah sitting on the couch, flipping through a magazine. She looked up as I entered, and her face lit up with a smile. "Hey, you okay? You look a little pale." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. For a moment, I couldn't even remember what I had planned to say. I couldn't even remember what I was supposed to feel. "Are you all right?" she asked again, concern creeping into her voice. "You've been acting strange for weeks. You've been distant." I felt a flicker of recognition, but it was like I was seeing her through a fog. She was familiar, but the memories of who she was to me, the love we had shared, the life we had built, felt distant, fading. I took a step toward her, but I couldn't remember how to close the distance. The empty space between us felt insurmountable. The house, the attic, the darkness, they had taken something from me, something that had once made me whole. "I'm fine," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The words sounded hollow. She frowned, clearly unconvinced. "You're not fine. You're scaring me, you know that? You've been acting like you're not even here, like you're somewhere else." Somewhere else. That was exactly how I felt. I was here, but I wasn't. I was standing in front of Sarah, but I wasn't sure if I truly recognized her anymore. Her face, her voice, her presence. It was all slipping, fading, like I was watching it from a distance, unable to grasp onto it. "I just need to rest," I said, stumbling backward toward the stairs. "I need some time." "Okay," Sarah said slowly, watching me with a mix of confusion and concern. She didn't move to stop me, but I could see the worry in her eyes. I could see the cracks forming in the distance between us. She didn't understand, and I didn't have the strength to explain. I turned and walked up the stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. It was like the house was holding on to me, pulling me back, urging me to stay. But I had made the bargain. I had chosen. Hadn't I? I reached the top of the stairs and paused for a moment. The hallway stretched out in front of me, the familiar door to the attic just ahead. I stood there, frozen, unable to look back. The house was silent now, but the silence was deafening, almost suffocating. It wasn't over. I could feel it. I was no longer the man I had been when I stepped into the attic. The thing that had been waiting for me had taken a part of me, a part I could never get back. I had made the choice to leave, but now the house had claimed its price. The shadows were still here, not in the attic anymore, but in me, and they would never let me go. The silence in the house had become unbearable. It wasn't the kind of silence that was peaceful or comforting. It was oppressive, filled with a weight I could feel pressing down on my chest. I had walked away from the attic, but I hadn't truly escaped it. The bargain I had struck hadn't given me what I thought I would receive. Instead, I was left with an emptiness, that seemed to follow me everywhere. I went, a shadow of what I once was, now fading into the corners of my mind. The house felt wrong, as though the walls were closing in, as if the very foundation beneath me was shifting, adapting to the presence of whatever I had left behind. The attic, the deal I had made, the darkness. It was all still with me, lingering, wrapped around me like a shroud. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside, made me flinch. Every night I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, and feel the weight of the house, of the thing in the shadows, pressing into my thoughts. It was like I could feel it, even in the daylight. The house knew what I had done. It knew what I had given up. Sarah was still downstairs, but something between us had changed. The connection I had once felt with her was slipping away. The love, the memories we had built together. They were like distant, fading echoes. I couldn't remember what it felt like to hold her hand, to share a laugh, to live in the life we had made together. It was all becoming a blur, slipping through my fingers, as if it was never really mine to begin with. I avoided her gaze as much as I could, unable to look into her eyes without feeling the gaping hole that had opened up inside me. What had I given up in the attic? What was missing now? I couldn't remember. But I knew it was something important. That night, I went back to the attic. The door was closed, but I could feel it calling to me. It was like the house knew I was hesitant, knew I was still holding on to something I couldn't quite understand. It was pulling me back, urging me to face what I had left behind. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at the closed door. I had made the bargain. I had walked away. But I couldn't leave the house behind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me up there. It happened. Something that hadn't fully let me go. The house seemed to hum with a strange energy, vibrating just below the surface, like the house itself was alive, breathing, watching. I took a deep breath and slowly climbed the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The attic door loomed ahead, the handle cold and uninviting in my hand. It felt heavier than before, as if it were holding something back, something I had to confront. I pushed it open slowly, the hinges groaning as they moved. The attic was exactly as it had been before. The same dust, the same smell, the same pile of forgotten things, abandoned and covered in layers of cobwebs. But the air felt different now, heavier, as if it were alive with waiting. I could almost hear the pulse of the house, the steady thrum beneath my feet. And then I saw it again. The figure. Tall, thin, standing in the corner, hidden in the shadows. The same silhouette I had glimpsed before, but this time it wasn't just a fleeting glimpse. This time I saw it more clearly. Its limbs were impossibly long, its body too thin, almost skeletal. Its face was hidden, but I could feel its eyes burning into me from the dark. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I knew it was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I stepped forward, my feet moving of their own accord, despite the terror rising in my chest. The closer I got to it, the more I felt the weight of the house pressing down on me. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with something foul and oppressive. The thing in the corner was silent, but I could feel its presence in every corner of the room. And then a voice. Not a whisper, not a command, but a simple, haunting word. Return. The word was soft, like a murmur, but it reverberated through the attic, through the very walls of the house. It echoed in my mind, in my chest, vibrating against my ribcage. Return. To what? I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to understand. The figure in the corner seemed to grow darker, its shadow spreading like ink in water, bleeding into the walls. I couldn't breathe. The air in the attic was thick, suffocating, and I could feel my lungs tightening, the weight of the house pressing against me from all sides. Return, I whispered, my voice trembling. What do you want from me? The thing didn't answer. But it didn't have to. I knew what it was asking. It wanted me to return. to offer something back, to take back what I had given away. It wanted the bargain undone. It wanted to take me back. I stepped back, but the shadows seemed to follow me, stretching, reaching, moving faster than I could react. The thing in the corner was still, its presence heavier than ever, suffocating. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I knew was the weight of the house, the weight of the thing in the corner, pressing against me, pulling me toward it. It was too late. The bargain had already been struck. The house had already taken its price. There was no going back. Not anymore. The shadows closed in around me, wrapping themselves around my body, my mind, my soul. The figure in the corner stepped forward, its limbs impossibly long, its face still hidden in darkness. It reached out a hand. Cold, skeletal, yet strangely familiar, and I felt a chill run through me as it touched my arm. In that moment, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The thing in the attic wasn't just waiting for me to return. It was waiting for me to give up everything. And I had already done that. The darkness swallowed me whole. The darkness was all-encompassing. It felt as though I had been swallowed by the very house itself, as though the walls and floor and air had turned into a sea of shadow, pressing in on me from every side. The thing in the corner was no longer just a silhouette. It was right there, its presence suffocating, overwhelming. It stood before me, its long, spindly fingers reaching out, cold and clammy, as if they were hungry to consume me whole. I couldn't breathe. Every inch of my body screamed in protest, desperate to escape, to run, but my legs were frozen, unwilling to obey. The shadows wrapped around me, tightening, constricting, and with each passing second, I felt more and more like I was disappearing into them. Return. The word echoed in my mind, a constant refrain that beat against my skull like a drum. What was it asking of me? What did it want from me now? I had already made the bargain. I had already given up something. My memories, my connection to Sarah, my life as I had known it. And yet, the thing before me was asking for more. Return. I felt the cold fingers of the thing brush against my arm, and I shuddered violently. Its touch was icy, like death itself had reached out to claim me. The shadows seemed to press against me harder, suffocating me, pulling me closer to the thing in the corner. A wave of despair washed over me. I had made the wrong choice. I had been foolish to think I could simply walk away, to think that the house would allow me to leave with just a small price. The cost wasn't just my memories or my will. It was something deeper, something darker. It was me. The house had taken me, consumed me, and now it wanted to make sure that I was never truly free. You're not free. The voice murmured, low and guttural. It was no longer the distant, echoing voice I had heard before. This time, it was clear, close, almost familiar. You never were. Not from the moment you stepped into this house. You belong to it now. The thing in the corner moved closer, its limbs stretching impossibly long, its form becoming more solid with each step. The shadows seemed to curl around it, moving like liquid, seeping into the walls, into my very skin. The darkness was alive, and it was part of me now. You made the bargain, it whispered, its voice sending chills down my spine. You gave yourself to me, and now you will return. I tried to speak, to protest, but my voice was lost in the choking silence of the attic. I felt it, the pull of the darkness, the suffocating weight of everything I had given away. My thoughts, my memories, my essence. They were slipping away, disappearing into the abyss that had opened up beneath me. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the darkness released its grip. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was silent again, but I knew it wasn't over. The silence was like the calm before a storm, the stillness before the final, irreversible twist of the knife. I had felt the house claiming me, taking everything I had once been, and in that moment, I knew that I could never return to the life I had before. It had taken more than memories. It had taken my very self. The attic was empty again, but it felt like I wasn't alone. The shadows remained, lurking at the edges of my vision, waiting for me to turn my back. The presence of the house was still there, pressing against me, suffocating me. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the air seemed to thicken around me, the way the floor creaked beneath my feet. It was alive, and it would never let me go. I stood slowly, my legs unsteady beneath me, my mind racing to understand what had just happened. The house had taken something from me, more than I had realized, and now it was waiting for me to pay the rest of the price. I turned toward the door, feeling the weight of the house pressing against me like a physical force. It was calling to me again. Return. The word rang through my head, and I knew then that I had no choice but to answer it. No matter how far I ran, no matter how hard I fought, I could never truly escape it. But there was one thing I still had left, the one thing the house couldn't take. I had Sarah. The thought hit me like a lifeline. Sarah, my wife, my love, was the one thing I had left. The one thing that hadn't been stolen from me. She was still here, still alive, and I couldn't let her fall victim to this house like I had. I couldn't let her make the same mistake I had. I turned toward the stairs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had to protect her. I had to warn her. The house wanted me. It had taken everything else, but it couldn't take her. Not if I could help it. I ran down the stairs, my mind spinning, trying to form a plan, trying to understand what I had to do next. But as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I was hit with a wave of dizziness. The house, it was fighting me, trying to pull me back, trying to force me to stay. I stumbled into the living room, my vision blurred, my thoughts foggy. But Sarah was still sitting there, just as I had left her, unaware of the darkness that had taken over me. She looked up at me, concern etched on her face. "Hey, are you okay?" She asked softly, her voice gentle. "You've been acting strange, like you're not really here." I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. I couldn't find the right words. How could I explain any of this to her? How could I make her understand the nightmare that had consumed me? The shadows were creeping across the room, curling at the edges of my vision, and I knew then that the house wasn't done with me. It was waiting for me to make the final choice. I had to protect her. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice trembling. "We have to leave. Now, before it's too late." Her eyes softened, but she didn't move. She was confused, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. "What's going on, Sam? What are you talking about?" I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into my arms and tell her everything would be okay, but I couldn't. Not anymore. The house had already claimed me, and now it was coming for her too. I had to get her out of here, before it was too late. But was it already too late for me? Would it let me protect her? Or had the bargain already sealed her fate as it had mine? The shadows were closing in, and the darkness was coming for us both. The air in the living room had changed. It wasn't just the usual quiet, the calm that comes with the end of the day. It was heavier now, thicker with an ominous presence. The shadows stretched across the walls like dark fingers, reaching toward us, creeping closer with every passing second. I could feel it. The house. It was alive, more alive than it had ever been, as if it were breathing, watching. And I knew, deep down, that it wasn't finished with me yet. The bargain I had made in the attic had come at a steep price, and I had no way of knowing just how far its influence had spread. But the one thing that hadn't changed, the one thing that gave me a reason to keep going, to keep fighting, was Sarah. She sat on the couch, her face still filled with confusion and concern as she looked up at me. I could see the worry in her eyes, but she didn't fully understand what I was saying. How could she? How could I explain any of this to her when I didn't even understand it myself? "Sam, please?" she said, her voice trembling now. Not just with concern, but with something else. Something deeper. Something that hinted at the same dread that was creeping into my own heart. What's going on? What is it that you're so afraid of? What's happening to you? I looked at her, my chest tightening as I felt the weight of the words I was about to say. The truth felt like an anchor, pulling me down, making it harder to breathe. How could I protect her from something I didn't fully understand? How could I keep her safe from a force that had already taken so much from me? I don't know how to explain this, I whispered, my voice raw with emotion. But the house, it's not just a house, it's alive. It has a mind of its own. It feeds off the living. And I've made a deal with it. I've given up more than I can even understand, and now it wants more. It wants you. She stared at me, her mouth open in disbelief. What do you mean? It wants me. Sam, this sounds insane. You're scaring me. Please, just tell me what's going on. I could see the fear in her eyes, the same fear that was crawling under my skin, scratching at the walls of my mind. The house had already claimed me, but I couldn't let it take her. I couldn't let it feed off of her like it had fed off of me. I don't have much time, I said, my voice breaking. The house won't let us go. It wants something from both of us. I don't know how it works, but I know this. I'm not the same. I'm already gone. It's already taken me. But you, Sarah, you still have a chance to leave. You still have a chance to run. Her face fell as the gravity of my words began to sink in. No, Sam, she whispered, shaking her head. I'm not leaving you. Whatever's happening, we'll figure it out. We'll do this together. I felt a deep, painful ache in my chest, the weight of the truth pressing against me. She didn't understand. How could she? The thing in the attic, the thing in the house, it was too powerful. I could feel it pulling me in, demanding more with each breath I took. And every time I looked at her, every time I felt her presence in the room, I knew that the house was pulling her in as well. No, Sarah, I said, my voice shaking with desperation. You don't understand. You can't be here. I've already given it what it wanted. I can't protect you anymore. I can't protect myself. It has me, and now it's coming for you. Her eyes softened, and she stood up slowly, walking toward me with cautious steps. I don't care what's happening to you, Sam. I'm not leaving you here alone. We'll fight this together. We'll figure it out. You're still you. I know you are. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that I could fight this, that we could escape, that the house would let us go. But deep down, I knew the truth. The house wasn't just a house. It was a force, an ancient, insidious thing that fed on fear, on darkness. And once it had claimed someone, there was no getting away. And now, as Sarah took another step toward me, I realized something terrifying. The house was waiting for me to make a decision. It wasn't just waiting for me to surrender. It was waiting for me to choose her. I turned toward the hallway, my mind racing, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadows seemed to grow darker, pressing in from every corner. The house was drawing us closer, drawing me closer to the brink of a choice I couldn't escape. The door to the attic was open, the darkness beyond it beckoning. And I knew that if I went up there again, if I stepped back into that cursed place, I would never return. The house would take me completely. But there was something else I realized in that moment, something even more chilling than the darkness of the attic, more terrifying than the idea of being trapped forever. It wasn't just me the house wanted. It wanted us. I looked back at Sarah, her face filled with confusion and fear, and in that moment, I made my decision. The house had already taken enough, but it couldn't take her. I had one choice left. I turned to face the shadows in the hallway, the growing presence of the attic waiting for me. I didn't know if I would survive this. I didn't know if I would make it out alive. But I knew that if I didn't act now, if I didn't make the sacrifice, the house would claim us both. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and resolve. "You have to run. Now. Go. Please." She froze, staring at me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion.
"Sam, no! I'm not leaving you! You have to!"
I shouted, my voice raw, the desperation pouring through me.
"You don't understand!"
"It's already too late for me, but it's not too late for you. Please, you have to go." The shadows seemed to pulse around me, drawing closer, and I knew that I had no more time. The house was closing in on me, waiting for me to make the final, irreversible decision. "Go," I screamed, my voice breaking as I took one last look at Sarah. "Run." She hesitated, her body trembling, but the look in my eyes, the look of finality, told her everything she needed to know. With one last, terrified glance, she turned and fled out the front door, disappearing into the night. I stood there alone as the darkness swallowed me whole. And the house finally was mine. The front door slammed shut, and I could feel the last shred of myself, the last thread of connection to the world outside, slip away. Sarah was gone. I had made her leave. I had sent her away, and as much as my heart screamed to go after her, to stop her from running, I knew the truth. The house couldn't have both of us. It could only have me. The moment the door clicked shut, I felt it. The house took a deep breath, the silence in the air turning from stillness to an almost electric hum. It was as though it had been waiting for me to do that, to make that final decision. The bargain was complete. The choice had been made. And now I was alone. Alone with the darkness. Alone with the weight of my decision. I stumbled back into the living room, my mind spinning, my vision clouded. The house wasn't just a place anymore. It was everything. It was a force, an entity, a living thing that pulsed with ancient energy, drawing me in with every step I took. The walls seemed to close in tighter, the air becoming thicker, suffocating. The house wanted me, body and soul, and now it had me fully. I couldn't go back. I couldn't fix this. The moment Sarah left, I knew I had sealed my fate. The house had claimed me, and there was no escape. I could feel its power swelling inside me, swirling around in my chest, taking root deep within. It was in the air, in the floorboards, in the very structure of the house. The house had become part of me, and I was part of it. Every breath I took felt heavy, each one thick with the weight of the choice I had made. I had given Sarah up. I had let her go to save her life, but in doing so I had condemned myself. And now there was nothing left for me but the shadows. I walked toward the stairs, slowly, deliberately, feeling the pull of the attic like a magnetic force. The thing in the attic, the thing that had whispered to me, that had waited for me to make my choice. It was waiting again, waiting to welcome me, waiting for me to return to it. I ascended the stairs, each step feeling like an eternity, as if I were moving through time itself. The shadows stretched longer, darker, as though the house were feeding on my fear, on my hesitation. I could feel the darkness behind me, wrapping itself around my limbs, pulling me closer, urging me upward. The attic door was open, the same way it had been when I had left it. The smell was there again, that rancid, suffocating odor of rot and decay. The shadows that had once felt like a distant presence now felt tangible, reaching for me, pulling me into the void. The very walls seemed to be alive, breathing with me as I approached the door. I stood there, staring into the darkness. The house was calling to me, drawing me in. The figure in the corner, that shadowy presence, was there too, waiting, watching. Its limbs stretched even further now, impossibly long, the shape of it becoming clearer, more defined with each passing second. It was no longer just a silhouette. It was something real, something terrible. I stepped inside the attic, and the darkness swallowed me whole. I felt it then. The full weight of the house's power, of the force that had been waiting for me. The thing in the corner, that silhouette, moved toward me, its form taking shape. Its face, if you could call it a face, was hollow, featureless, just an endless void, a black hole that seemed to pull at everything in its path. Its eyes, if they could even be called eyes, were two dark, empty spaces that stared into me, through me. "Welcome home," it whispered, its voice like 1,000 whispers in the dark. It was the same voice I had heard all along. The voice that had promised me a choice, a bargain. "You have returned, and now you are mine. Forever." The words echoed in my mind, reverberating through my skull. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't escape the house, the shadows, the thing in the corner. It was all consuming, like an abyss that I was falling into. "Why?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "Why me?" The thing didn't answer immediately. It simply stepped closer, its long, twisted limbs creaking as it moved. The shadows pressed in tighter, suffocating me, and I could feel the house tightening around my chest, my lungs, my mind. It was everywhere now, inside me, around me. The thing stepped forward, its cold, skeletal fingers reaching for my face. "Because," it said softly, its voice like 1,000 voices all at once, "you were the one who opened the door. You are the one who sought the truth, the one who came looking for answers. And now, you will never leave." I reached out, but the coldness of its touch made me freeze. I could feel my will slipping, my sense of self draining away, replaced by the suffocating presence of the house, of the thing that stood before me. It was taking me, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. "Return?" The voice whispered again, and I could feel the word sinking into me, rooting itself in my mind. It wasn't just a command. It was a reality. The house didn't just want me to return. It wanted me to belong to it. The shadows closed in further, wrapping around me like chains. The darkness inside me was growing, expanding, consuming everything I had once known. The attic, the house, the thing. It was all one now, a single force that had claimed me and would never let me go. I felt myself fading, slipping away into the dark. My thoughts were no longer mine. My memories, Sarah, were fading like they had been stolen from me. I was losing myself, but there was no one left to save me. The house had taken everything, and now it was taking the last of me. I had given up. I had made my choice. And now, I was part of the house forever. The darkness consumed me. The house, the shadows, the thing in the corner, they were all I would ever know now. The house had taken me, and there was no escaping its grasp. I was lost in the endless dark, swallowed whole by the very place I had once called home. And as the final fragments of my identity slipped away, I heard the voice one last time. "Welcome home." I awoke to the sound of footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, almost rhythmic, echoing through the attic. My eyes fluttered open, but I didn't recognize the room around me. The air was thick, like a fog of dust had settled over everything. The walls of the attic were just as they had been before, decaying, forgotten, covered in layers of grime and cobwebs. Yet, something was different. The sense of wrongness in the air was heavier, suffocating, as though the very space I was in was alive and waiting. I tried to move, but my body didn't respond. It was like I was frozen in place, unable to make even the smallest gesture. Panic began to rise in my chest as I realized I could only feel. I couldn't even blink. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was still in the attic. I hadn't escaped. I hadn't left. The footsteps continued, drawing closer. And then I heard a whisper. Barely audible but unmistakable. "Welcome back." The voice. That same cold, empty voice I had heard when I made the deal, when the darkness had claimed me. My mind raced to make sense of it. I couldn't breathe. I was back in the same place, caught in the same trap. Then I saw it. The figure, the one I had seen before. The thing that had been waiting for me in the shadows. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs too long, its form grotesque and impossible. It stepped into the dim light, its body revving, as though the shadows themselves were part of it, stretching and changing with every movement. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything except stare as the figure moved closer. "You thought you could escape?" it murmured, its voice curling around me like smoke. "But you never left, Sam. You never truly left." The realization hit me like a wave. The attic, the house, it had been waiting for me all along. It wasn't just a physical place. It was something deeper, something older. The house didn't just claim bodies. It claimed souls, memories, will, and more. It was a force of nature, alive in a way I couldn't fully comprehend. And it needed me to return. It needed me to stay. Forever. "You gave yourself to me?" The figure continued, stepping closer, its long, bony fingers reaching toward me. "Hard now you will remain with me, as I remain with you." It reached out and touched my face, and in that instant, a sharp, piercing pain shot through my chest. It felt like the very core of my being was being torn apart, pulled from me and into the depths of the house. I could feel the remnants of myself slipping away. My memories, my thoughts, my essence, all of it being consumed by the darkness. The house was devouring me, piece by piece, and I couldn't stop it. I had already made my choice. I had already given in. There was no escape. "Don't fight it," the figure whispered as it leaned in, its cold breath against my ear. "You belong to me. You always have." A deep, agonizing scream tried to claw its way up my throat, but it never left. It was stuck inside me, an internal cry that would never be heard. The figure withdrew its hand, and I was left in the overwhelming silence, still bound to the house, to the attic, to the eternal, unbreakable pact. And yet, just as the last shred of my will seemed to vanish into the darkness, I heard something. A sound. It was faint, like a rustling. A faint whisper that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the house, deep within the shadows. For the briefest moment, I thought I heard a familiar voice. A voice I had once known. Sam. The voice was faint, distant, as though it was coming from a faraway place. My heart skipped. Could it be? Could Sarah have somehow returned? Was she here? Had she found a way to save me? I strained to listen, desperate to hear the sound again, but it faded, disappearing into the vast emptiness of the house. The figure seemed to take notice too, as its eyes shifted toward the dark corners of the attic. It didn't move for a moment, its gaze fixed, as if listening for something beyond the veil of the house. "You are mine now." It hissed again, its form twisting like smoke. "She cannot save you. No one can." But the voice, the sound of it, the hint of familiarity, it was something I couldn't ignore. It reminded me of who I once was, of the life I had fought so hard to hold on to. My mind, despite everything, refused to surrender entirely. I wasn't lost yet. I was still me. Suddenly, the silence seemed to press in on me again, heavier than before. But in the oppressive stillness, I heard something. Something even more distinct than the faint whisper of the voice from before. A soft, delicate tapping, like footsteps. It was coming from the bottom of the stairs, from the living room below. I could feel my heart race. Was someone else in the house? Had Sarah returned? The figure seemed to hesitate, as if it too could hear the footsteps. Then, to my shock, I saw something else. A shadow moving on the floor in the corner of my vision, near the door to the attic. It was Sarah. Her outline was faint, like a silhouette in the dim light. But it was her. She was standing there, barely visible, as if the house itself were trying to keep her hidden, to keep her from me. But she had come back. She hadn't abandoned me. In that moment, I knew that there was still hope. Despite everything, despite the house's grip on me, despite the thing in front of me that had taken everything I was, Sarah had returned. She had returned to save me. But the house was not going to let us go easily. The thing that had waited for me in the darkness of the attic had already marked us. It wouldn't let us walk away from it. I turned my head slowly, unable to tear my eyes away from Sarah's fading form. I knew what was coming. The final battle was at hand, and I could feel it in every inch of my being. The house was preparing for its final move, and this time, there would be no running. No escape, only the darkness. But as Sarah's form began to fade, merging with the very shadows themselves, I knew one thing. I wasn't alone anymore. I wouldn't let the house take her too. Not if I could help it. The attic fell deathly quiet, and I could feel it. The tension that hung thick in the air. My heart thundered in my chest as I turned back toward the thing in the corner. The figure that had haunted me since I first stepped into the house. It had waited for me, drawn me into its grasp, but now there was something else, something new. Sarah. She was here. The shadows around me seemed to shift, responding to her presence below. They moved like living things, creeping toward the doorway at the far end of the attic, stretching toward the hallway as though they could sense her. I felt my body go rigid. The house was alive, and it had been waiting for us, all of us, not just me, us. The house knew it had me. It had already taken my soul, consumed my memories, but now, with Sarah here, it was trying to claim her too. It wasn't just waiting to trap me forever. It was preparing to finish what it had started. The cycle would be complete. I had to make a choice again. And I had to do it quickly. Sarah. I whispered into the dark, my voice rough with the weight of everything that had happened. Please, you have to leave. You can't be here. The shadows flickered. The house seemed to hum with a rising intensity, as if it was listening to my plea, but it didn't stop. It was already trying to pull Sarah in. Its hunger had not been sated by my offering. It needed her too. I could feel the walls of the attic vibrating, a low, guttural hum that pulsed beneath my feet, sending tremors through my bones. The thing in the corner began to shift, its long, bony arms extending further, its limbs becoming longer, more twisted, more grotesque, until its form seemed to fill the room, blurring at the edges, merging with the shadows. It stepped forward, its hollow eyes locked on me. You're too weak, it rasped, its voice slithering into my mind. You gave up your soul. You belong to me now. All of you. My chest tightened with the truth of its words. I was no longer the man I had been when I first entered this house. I had been consumed by it, hollowed out, piece by piece, until there was nothing left of the person I once was. And yet, despite the hollow emptiness inside me, there was a flicker of something. A small, fragile spark of resistance. The figure moved closer, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the doorway, from Sarah, who stood at the threshold of the attic, her form fading, flickering with the shadows as though the house was trying to erase her, to pull her into its abyss. I wasn't going to let that happen. I didn't know how, but I couldn't let Sarah become like me. The house couldn't have her. I took a step toward the figure, ignoring the cold pressure of the darkness as it pressed against me. My legs shook with the effort, but my resolve hardened with every step. I was nothing. I had already given everything, but she still had a chance. And I wasn't going to let the house steal her too. You will not have her. I spat, my voice breaking through the thick air. I won't let you. The thing in the corner paused, its twisted form shifting with a sickening groan. Its face, if you could even call it a face, was a black void, empty and endless. There was no humanity left in it. There never had been. But I wasn't just talking to it. I was talking to the house. To the darkness that surrounded me, that had claimed me. I was speaking to the very core of the thing that had been waiting for me all along. Sarah is not part of this. She doesn't belong to you. She won't fall for your lies. The thing's empty eyes seemed to narrow, its hollow sockets watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It didn't respond right away, but I could feel the pressure building in the room, in the house. The walls seemed to tighten, the air becoming thicker, heavier. It wanted me to stay. It wanted my soul. It wanted me to be nothing more than another piece of its endless, hungry darkness. But I would not be its prisoner any longer. With a sudden, desperate surge of will, I pushed forward, using every ounce of strength I had left in me. I reached for the thing, the darkness, and as my hand brushed the cold air, I felt something, an energy, a force, something that was mine, something I had forgotten. I am still here. The attic trembled violently, as if the house itself was recoiling from my defiance. I could hear the walls groan as the darkness wrapped around me, trying to hold me in place. But it couldn't. The house could not take me fully, not without my consent. I choose her, I said through clenched teeth. I choose her over this. I could feel the house lurch, the shadows around me pulsating in fury, but they couldn't stop me. They couldn't hold me back. I could feel Sarah's presence still lingering in the doorway, faint but real. She hadn't gone. She hadn't abandoned me. I had a choice. The shadows screamed as the pressure in the room intensified, pressing against me with suffocating force. The thing in the corner screeched, its limbs flailing wildly. But I didn't back down. I reached for the darkness, gathering all of my remaining strength, my determination, my last vestiges of self. In that moment, I fought back. The shadows seemed to pause, as though the house itself was confused. It hadn't expected this. It had never been challenged before. And in that brief moment of hesitation, I saw it, the sliver of light. The house had always been waiting for me to break, for me to succumb. But I had found a way to resist. With every ounce of will left in me, I pulled Sarah from the darkness, pulling her back into the light.
You will not take her!
I heard it again. The voice, the whisper, the thing that had always been there. But this time it was weak, distant, fading. The house was losing its grip on us. The walls trembled, the shadows recoiled, and I saw the figure falter, its form twisting and screeching as it tried to hold its ground. But it was too late. Sarah was free. The house had lost. With one final surge of strength, I broke through the darkness, pulling Sarah into the light. The house screamed in fury as the walls around us began to crumble, the once solid structure disintegrating, fading into nothingness. And then the silence came. We stood together in the empty space that had once been the house. The darkness was gone, replaced by a strange, peaceful stillness. I felt the weight of the house's presence lift, like a burden I hadn't realized I was carrying. We were free. I looked at Sarah, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I could see her clearly. Her face was familiar. Her eyes were full of relief. She had come back for me, and now together we had escaped. The house was gone. The shadows were gone, and with them, the endless cycle had broken. We were free. The air around us felt different now, lighter, almost fresh. The darkness had retreated, and with it, the weight that had clung to every part of me, the weight of the house, the weight of the darkness, was gone. I could breathe freely for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Sarah and I stood together in the empty space where the house once stood. The wreckage of the walls, the crumbling foundation, was all that remained. The attic, the shadows, the thing that had stalked me from the corner, all of it was gone. The house had been torn apart, and in its place, there was nothing but a desolate quiet. I looked at Sarah, my heart still pounding in my chest, trying to grasp the reality of what had just happened. She was here. She was safe. We were both free. But as I turned to face her, I felt a strange heaviness settle in my chest. The emptiness I had carried inside me for so long was no longer just a feeling. It was real, tangible. Something fundamental had changed, and though the house was gone, I wasn't sure I could ever fully escape what it had done to me. "Are you okay?" Sarah's voice pulled me from my thoughts, soft and steady, but still filled with concern. She reached out for me, her touch warm against the cold, that had been lingering on my skin for far too long. I took a step toward her, reaching out, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt real again. I wasn't sure how long it would last, but in that moment, I could feel the connection between us, something we had almost lost in the darkness. The house might have taken me, but it hadn't taken this from us. It hadn't taken my love for her. I am not sure, I said, my voice hoarse, the words catching in my throat. I feel like I've been gone for so long. Like I've lost so much. You're here now, Sarah said softly, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of relief and sadness. And we're going to figure this out together. I don't know what happened to you, Sam. But I know one thing, you're here, and that's all that matters. Her words were like a balm to my soul. She had come back for me. She had fought for me. And now, together, we could rebuild. We could start over. But as I stood there staring at her, something nagged at me. Something deep within that I couldn't quite place. The house was gone, but the shadows of what had happened, what I had given up, still clung to me. I had made a choice that had cost me more than I had known. And now, even though I was free from the physical shackles of the house, I wasn't sure if I could ever truly be free of the aftermath. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house hadn't just taken my memories. It had taken a part of me. Something irretrievable. My essence, my soul, had been torn and shredded, piece by piece, and now I was standing in the ruins, unsure of what remained. But Sarah was here, and for now, that was enough. I don't know how to fix this, I admitted, my voice quiet, the weight of my own thoughts crashing in on me. I don't know how to get back to who I was. We'll find a way, Sarah said, her hand tightening around mine. We'll get through this, Sam. I'm not leaving you again. We'll figure it out together. The thought of starting over, of rebuilding everything I had lost, was both daunting and oddly comforting. I didn't know what the future would look like, what kind of life we would lead after everything that had happened. But I knew one thing. I didn't have to face it alone. Not anymore. As we stood there in the wreckage of the house, the remnants of the darkness that had claimed me, I couldn't help but wonder, what would it take to truly be free? Could I ever fully escape the house's grip on me, or would its echoes haunt me for the rest of my life? And as I looked into Sarah's eyes, I realized that maybe, just maybe, the hardest part was not escaping the house, but finding a way to heal from what it had done, to heal from what I had lost, to reclaim myself piece by piece. Let's go, Sarah said softly, breaking my thoughts. We're leaving here. No more running. We're going to find our way back to each other. I nodded, squeezing her hand, and together we walked away from the ruins of the house. The sun was rising on the horizon, casting the world in soft, golden light, and for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I stepped into that light with her. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was a road I could walk, as long as she was by my side. And as we left the ruins behind us, the house that had tried to claim us, I knew one thing for certain. No matter what the future held, no matter what the house had taken from me, we would face it together. And we would never stop fighting. We drove for hours, the endless stretch of road before us offering both a sense of freedom and an uneasy uncertainty. The sun, still low in the sky, bathed the world in warm, golden light, a stark contrast to the darkness that had swallowed me whole for so long. As Sarah's hand remained tightly in mine, I tried to focus on the road ahead, but there was something gnawing at the edges of my mind. The house had been destroyed, physically, at least, but something lingered, something deeper. I think we need to talk, Sarah said, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but I could hear the weight in it, the unease that had been building between us since we left. We had been quiet, both of us lost in our own thoughts, trying to make sense of everything. But I could feel the unsaid words hanging in the air, and I knew she was waiting for me to say something. "I know," I said, my voice hoarse. I don't even know where to start." Sarah glanced at me, her eyes filled with concern. "How are you feeling? Really?" I couldn't answer right away. The truth was, I didn't even know how I was feeling. There was a strange numbness inside me. A hollow feeling that wasn't quite sadness, but something far deeper, more unsettling. The house, the thing in the attic, the bargain. I could still feel them in my bones. In the way the air around me seemed too heavy, too thick. Even with the distance between us and the house, the memories, the shadows, they were still with me. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "I thought leaving would make it better. But the truth is, I feel like I'm not even myself anymore." Sarah squeezed my hand, her touch grounding me in the present. "You are you, Sam. I know that. We just need time to figure this out." I nodded, but I didn't fully believe it. Could I really ever be the same again? Could I ever fully escape what the house had done to me? I had been consumed by it, lost to it. I had given up pieces of myself that I might never get back. And even though I had physically left the house behind, it still haunted me, lurking in the corners of my mind. "I can't even remember who I was before all of this," I said, my voice trembling. "It's like my life before. It's all a blur, like it's slipping away piece by piece. I feel empty." "Sam, you've been through something terrible," Sarah said, her voice gentle but firm. "You've been in the grip of something that was feeding on you. It was draining you. But that doesn't mean you're gone. You're still here. You're still you." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to hold on to that. But the truth was, I didn't feel like myself anymore. The house had stripped me of something. My memories, my emotions, my very essence. Everything was distorted. The more I tried to hold on to who I had been, the more it slipped through my fingers. "Do you think it's over?" I asked, my voice raw. "Do you think we're really free?" Sarah didn't answer right away. Her eyes flickered toward the road ahead, as though she was contemplating my question deeply. "I think we can be. I think we can find a way back to each other. But we have to face this, Sam. We have to face what happened." I looked out the window, watching the world pass by in a blur. The vast openness of the landscape seemed so different from the oppressive walls of the house, the shadows that had once pressed in on me. But even now, despite the sunlight, despite the vast open sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were still there, following us. The house wasn't just a physical place. It was a presence, a weight. And it wasn't something that could be so easily escaped. "I just don't know how to fix this," I whispered. "How do I fix myself when I'm not even sure who I am anymore?" Sarah turned toward me, her face filled with tenderness. "You don't have to fix yourself. You just need time. Time to heal, time to remember. And I'll be here for you, every step of the way." The weight of her words settled on my chest like a quiet comfort. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that there was a way back from this, that I could reclaim the pieces of myself that had been taken. But deep down, I knew it wasn't going to be that simple. The house had changed me. And no matter how far we drove, no matter how much time passed, the truth was that a part of me would always be there, in the darkness of that attic, with the thing that had been waiting for me. "I'm scared, Sarah," I confessed, my voice breaking. "I'm scared that no matter what I do, I'll never be free of it." She reached over, placing her hand on my cheek, her touch soft but firm. "You're not alone. You've been through something that would break anyone, Sam. But you've already survived the worst, and you will keep surviving." I closed my eyes, allowing myself to feel her touch, to feel the warmth of her presence, the safety of her love. For the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to let go, to stop fighting the terror inside of me. I was still here. I was still me. And maybe, just maybe, we could find a way to rebuild everything that had been lost. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, I felt a small flicker of hope. I wasn't alone. I had Sarah. And with her by my side, I could face whatever shadows lingered, no matter how deep they went. The sun began to rise higher in the sky, the light shining down on us as we drove away from the past toward an unknown future. The house was gone. The darkness was fading, but the shadows would always linger, just out of reach, reminding me of what had been. And yet, in the quiet of the morning, I knew something else. I still had a choice. I could still find my way back, and I would. For her, for us. Together. The days that followed felt like a slow, steady climb out of the darkness. It wasn't as simple as waking up one morning and finding everything back to normal. No, that wasn't how this worked. The house, the shadows, and the memories I had left behind, those things couldn't just be erased. They weren't things that could be wiped clean with time, or driven away by distance. No matter how far Sarah and I drove, no matter how far we ran, I could feel the remnants of it, the house, trailing behind me, clinging to the very fabric of my being. But Sarah, she was my anchor. She didn't push me. She didn't ask for answers I didn't have. She simply was there, with me, reminding me that there was still light in the world. Still something worth fighting for. It wasn't perfect. I could feel the gaps inside of me, those empty spaces where memories and pieces of my soul had once lived. I couldn't remember them. They were gone, locked away somewhere in the recesses of my mind, lost in the dark corridors of the house that had claimed me. But Sarah was a part of me I couldn't forget. She was my tether to the world outside of the house, my reason to keep moving forward. We didn't talk much about what had happened. There were no long explanations or sessions of deep reflection. We just moved. We found small things to fill our days. A quiet walk down the street, a dinner at a little diner that overlooked a lake, a movie night in a small, rented cabin. Normal things. Things that once would have been mundane. But now, they felt like the essence of life itself. I tried to put the house behind me, but it was hard. So much of it was still with me, lurking in the periphery of my thoughts, like a shadow that would never quite leave. I'd see flashes of the attic, of the figure in the corner, of the whispers that had driven me to the brink of insanity. It was like the house had left pieces of itself inside me. And sometimes, when I closed my eyes, the silence of the world around me would shift, just for a moment, and I'd feel that familiar, suffocating presence again. I remember one night, as Sarah slept beside me, I woke up to a strange sensation. It was like a ripple in the air, a wave of something cold brushing against my skin. I opened my eyes, heart pounding, and glanced at Sarah. She was peaceful, asleep, unaware. But the feeling wouldn't go away. The house. I could feel it again, in the pit of my stomach. The hunger, the dark energy. It was pulling me in, calling me back. Not again. I whispered to myself, the words barely escaping my lips. I reached for Sarah's hand, clutching it tightly. The feeling receded for a moment, and I tried to convince myself it was just a fleeting thought, a manifestation of my lingering fears. I closed my eyes again, but sleep wouldn't come. The house, or whatever had been left of it, wasn't finished with me yet. It was still waiting. The next morning, Sarah and I continued on our journey. We didn't have a destination in mind. We had no map, no plan. We were just driving, letting the road take us wherever it would. It felt good. The open road, the wind in our hair, the sound of the engine humming beneath us. We were together, and for a while, that was enough. But the nagging feeling in the back of my mind wouldn't let go. It was as though the house had planted a seed in me, one that was slowly growing, feeding off the uncertainty. the unanswered questions. It wasn't a conscious thought, but rather something deeper, something instinctual. I couldn't escape it. I couldn't shake the feeling that, no matter how far we went, the house would always be there, lurking in the darkness. And then, one afternoon, as we were driving through a small town, I saw it. It was just a glimpse at first, a building standing tall in the distance, framed by trees. It was old, its structure sagging with age, its windows dark and empty. For a moment, I thought I imagined it, but then the chill ran down my spine. I couldn't help myself. I had to look again. There, in the distance, was the house. The same one. It couldn't be. I had burned it to the ground. I had torn it down with my own hands. There was nothing left of it. But there it was. Just as I remembered. Just as I had left it. Sam. Sarah's voice broke through my thoughts. What's wrong? I turned toward her, my heart racing in my chest. Do you see that? The house, that building? She glanced out the window, following my gaze. Her brow furrowed, and I could see the confusion in her eyes. What are you talking about? There's just an old building. It doesn't look like anything special. But I could feel it. It was there. The thing that had haunted me. The thing that had taken everything from me. I looked back at the building, but it was already gone. It had disappeared. It wasn't there anymore. It was as if the house had vanished into thin air. I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the dizziness that had suddenly overcome me. It's nothing, I said, forcing a smile. Just nothing. But inside, I was shaking. I could feel the weight of the house. Its pull, dragging at me once again. Sarah didn't seem to notice, but I could tell she was concerned. Sam, maybe we should take a break. You've been quiet since last night. I'm fine, I said quickly. Just tired. She didn't push me. She never did. She just reached for my hand, squeezing it in reassurance. But I wasn't fine. I wasn't fine at all. The house was still out there, somewhere, waiting for me to return. It had taken pieces of me, and it wasn't done. I knew it wasn't done. But I couldn't let it take her too. I wouldn't let it. The shadows of the past were always going to linger, and no matter how far I ran, I would have to face them eventually. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't keep running forever. And I couldn't do this alone. The days following the strange encounter with the house, or whatever it was, were filled with an uncomfortable sense of unease. The road stretched endlessly before us, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn back into something dark, something I could never fully escape. We had stopped in a small town after I had convinced Sarah to take a break. The town felt like a place stuck in time, its buildings aging and worn, with old-fashioned streetlights lining narrow streets. We found a quiet inn and settled in for the night. I was tired, both physically and mentally, but sleep seemed to evade me. The lingering sensation of the house, of the shadows, gnawed at me, and every creak of the building seemed to echo like a whisper from the past. The walls felt too close, too familiar. That night I laid awake, staring at the ceiling. Sarah was asleep beside me, her breathing slow and steady, but I couldn't join her in peaceful sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of the house, its dark, decaying walls, the figures in the corners, the voices that whispered my name. The thing in the attic. It was still there, waiting. I finally gave up on sleep and quietly slipped out of bed. I didn't want to wake Sarah, so I crept out of the room and went downstairs to the small lounge. The innkeeper, an older man with a face worn by years of hard living, sat behind the counter. He gave me a wary nod as I entered. Couldn't sleep? He asked, his voice gravelly. I shook my head. Just needed some air. He gestured toward the window. Air's not good for much around here. Might want to get some rest. You won't find anything to clear your head around these parts. I smiled weakly. I'm sure. Just one of those nights. The old man gave me a knowing look. We all have some more than others. He leaned forward, his tired eyes locking onto mine. And if you're looking for answers, this town's not the place for that. Trust me? His words lingered in the air like a warning, and I could tell he wasn't talking about just anything. There was something about the way he said it that made me feel uneasy, as if he knew something about me, or about the house, that I didn't. Thanks, I said, my voice trailing off as I turned and walked toward the door. The cool night air hit me as I stepped outside, but it did little to calm the turmoil inside me. I found myself walking aimlessly down the narrow streets, each step heavier than the last. The quiet of the town was unnerving, like a place frozen in time. There was no sound except the distant chirping of insects and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows just beyond the edge of the streetlight. I stopped, my heart racing, as I instinctively took a step back. It was too dark to see clearly, but I could feel the weight of something lurking just out of sight. For a moment, I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat. I could feel my body responding to the fear. The same terror I had felt in the attic, the same panic that gripped me whenever I thought about the house. It was here again, the presence. The thing. It was waiting. The shadows shifted, and for the briefest moment, I caught a glimpse of something. A figure, tall and skeletal, its limbs too long and too thin. It was just standing there, watching me, its eyes hollow and empty. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, it was gone. I took a step back, my heart pounding, the cold sweat creeping down my back. It was impossible. The house couldn't be here. Not in this town, not so far away, but the presence was undeniable. I could feel it like a dark cloud hanging over me, suffocating, pulling me into its grasp. I turned and ran back to the inn, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I was back inside, slamming the door behind me. Sarah was still asleep, just as I had left her. I stood there for a moment, my hands shaking, trying to collect myself. The house was still out there. It hadn't let me go, and it was coming for me again. The next morning, I told Sarah nothing. I couldn't bring myself to explain what I had seen, what I had felt. The fear still clung to me, gnawing at my mind, but I couldn't let her see that. I couldn't let her know how badly I was falling apart inside. We continued our journey, moving through small towns, staying in quiet inns, but the sense of dread never left. Each night, I would lie awake, listening to the silence around me, waiting for the darkness to come. The fear never stopped. It was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. Then one evening, as we drove through a particularly desolate stretch of road, something caught my eye, a house. It stood on a hill, isolated from the rest of the town, surrounded by trees. It was old, run down much like the one I had left behind. But this house felt different. It felt familiar in a way I couldn't quite explain. Sam, Sarah said, her voice soft but urgent. That house. Look at it. Do you see it? I didn't need to look at her to know that she had seen it too. There was something about the house, something about the way it seemed to loom in the distance, that made my heart stop. The shadows seemed to stretch out from it, reaching for me, pulling me toward it. I know it, I whispered, barely able to form the words. It's the same. What is it? She asked, her voice laced with concern. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was already turning the car toward it, driven by something I couldn't explain. The road wound around the base of the hill, and I couldn't help myself. The house was calling to me. It was familiar. It was home, or what had been my home. Sarah's voice broke through my haze.
Sam, stop!
Don't. But it was too late. We reached the base of the hill and parked the car. The house stood just ahead, silent and imposing. I felt a chill run through me as I got out of the car, and Sarah followed me. But her hesitation was palpable. She was afraid, but so was I, and yet something inside of me urged me forward. I had to know. I had to face it. As we walked toward the house, the shadows seemed to move with us, following our every step. I could feel the house itself, watching us, waiting, and then, just as we reached the front door, I heard it. A whisper. Faint, but clear. Welcome back. The voice. The voice that had haunted me, that had been with me since the beginning. It wasn't just a memory. It wasn't just an echo from the past. It was here. It was real. And I knew in that moment that the house wasn't finished with me yet. It had returned for me. The darkness was here again. And this time, there would be no escape. The door to the house creaked as it slowly swung open, and I stepped across the threshold without thinking. Sarah hesitated behind me, her hand on my shoulder, as if she knew, just as I did, that this was a moment we couldn't undo. I could feel her fear, but I also knew she wouldn't leave me. Not now. Not when we were this close to whatever truth had been pulling me back. The air inside the house was stale, thick with the weight of years of neglect. Dust floated in the air, dancing in the beams of light that filtered through the grime, covered windows. The house was eerily silent, save for the sound of our footsteps, echoing on the wooden floor. It felt like we had stepped back in time, into a place that existed only in the shadow of memories, only in the spaces between reality and nightmare. I turned to Sarah, my voice barely a whisper. Stay close. She nodded without saying a word, her eyes wide and wary, scanning the dimly lit hallway around us. The walls of the house seemed to close in on us, as though they were pressing us forward, pushing us deeper into the dark heart of it. It felt like we were walking through a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. One where everything was just a little too real, a little too alive. We made our way through the house, each room a haunting reflection of the one that had once been our home. The old furniture was still there, rotting in place, the faded curtains hanging limply from the windows. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, its floral patterns now distorted and torn. But it wasn't the state of the house that unsettled me. It was the feeling, the presence, that seemed to cling to every corner, every space. And then we reached the staircase. The steps were worn, their edges chipped and cracked from years of use. The wood creaked under our weight as we climbed. I could feel the house's pulse beneath my feet, vibrating with the same oppressive energy that had haunted me before. It was alive in a way I couldn't explain, in a way that made my skin crawl. At the top of the stairs, we stood in front of the door to the attic. I could feel the shadows gathering around it, swirling like smoke, waiting for us to open it. It was as if the door itself was an invitation, a call to return to the very thing that had claimed me before. I turned to Sarah, my breath shallow. We have to go up there, I said, my voice cracking. It's the only way to understand. Sarah's expression softened, but I could see the fear in her eyes. Are you sure? She asked, her voice trembling. We don't know what's up there, Sam. What if it's too late? What if? I don't have a choice. I interrupted, cutting her off. I didn't know what was happening to me, but I felt as if I had no control anymore. The house was pulling me in, and I couldn't stop it. We have to do this. For a long moment, Sarah didn't say anything. She just stared at the door, her lips pressed tightly together. But then, slowly, she nodded. Okay, she whispered. Together, together. Those words echoed in my mind as I reached for the door handle. My heart was pounding in my chest, and as my fingers brushed the cold brass, I felt it. A surge of energy, a pulse of power that ran through the door and into my body. It was the same feeling I had gotten when I had first walked into the attic. The same feeling that had haunted me in the dark corners of my memory. I twisted the handle, and the door opened. The attic was just as I remembered it, though somehow darker, more oppressive. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of decay was even stronger than before. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the forgotten things piled up in the corners. Old boxes, broken furniture, piles of rotting wood. But it wasn't the physical decay that drew my attention. It was the figure in the corner. There it stood, just as it had all those months ago. The thing in the attic. It was waiting. Its long, twisted limbs were stretched impossibly thin, its body a contorted mass of shadows and darkness. Its face, if you could call it a face, was a hollow void, a gaping hole of emptiness that seemed to devour everything around it. But now, there was something different. Something new. The air in the attic was thick with its power, and I could feel the presence of the house pressing in on us, suffocating us. The thing in the corner moved, and I instinctively took a step back, but it didn't come toward us. Instead, it tilted its head, its hollow eyes seeming to lock onto mine. A voice, low, guttural and ancient, filled the room. "You have returned?" The words echoed in my mind, and I felt my heart race. This wasn't the same as before. It wasn't the same, quiet, distant voice I had heard in the house. This was something more. "You've taken everything from me," I said, my voice hoarse. "Why? What do you want?" The thing's empty face seemed to contort into something resembling a smile, though it was more horrifying than anything I could have imagined. "I want what is mine," it said. "You, your soul, your essence, everything you have left." The darkness in the attic seemed to pulse with its words, wrapping around me like chains. I could feel myself being pulled toward it, toward the thing that had haunted me, toward the very heart of the house that had claimed me. I wanted to run. I wanted to fight. But it felt like there was no escape. I glanced at Sarah, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror, but she was still there, still beside me. She wasn't leaving. She wouldn't leave me. "You can't have her," I said, my voice trembling with the weight of my resolve. "You took everything from me, but you won't take her." The thing laughed, the sound low and guttural, like the scraping of metal on stone. "She was never part of this. She cannot stop what is coming." The room seemed to close in on me. The shadows gathered around the thing, and I could feel its power surging, reaching for us, pulling at the very core of my being. The darkness was overwhelming, and I knew, in that moment, that I was faced with a choice I hadn't anticipated. Give everything, or give nothing at all. I couldn't give in again. I had already sacrificed so much. But to protect Sarah, to protect what was left of me, I would have to confront it. Everything. The thing in the corner took another step forward, its skeletal hands outstretched, its hollow eyes watching me with endless hunger. "Your time has come, Sam." But as the shadows closed in around me, something inside of me broke free. I would not let it take us. Not now. With every ounce of strength I had left, I reached out, and the air seemed to tremble as I defied the house once more. This wasn't just a battle for my soul. It was a fight for Sarah's freedom, and this time I would not lose. The shadows closed in around us, pressing against me with a force I could almost feel in my bones. The air in the attic thickened, the temperature dropping, and I could hear the thing's voice whispering in the darkness, urging me to submit, to give in to its power. But I couldn't. Not again. I refused to be consumed. I refused to be swallowed by the darkness. I looked at Sarah, her face pale with fear but still resolute. She was still standing beside me, her grip on my hand tight. She wasn't afraid of what we had faced before, but now we were in the belly of the beast, and I could feel the weight of everything pressing down on us. This was it, the final test, and I wasn't going to lose her. I wasn't going to let this thing destroy everything we had fought for. With every step the creature took toward me, I could feel its presence growing stronger, its power pressing in from all sides. The shadows crawled up the walls, the air crackling with an eerie, unnatural energy. The house was alive in a way that defied explanation, but it was clear to me now. It wasn't just a building. It wasn't just a place. It was a force, an entity, and it was as hungry for Sarah as it had been for me. "You cannot fight me, Sam." The thing rasped, its voice filled with ancient malice. "You have already given what you could. You belong to me, and now, so does she." I took a step forward, my heart racing, my thoughts a blur of terror and determination. But in that moment, I realized something. The house couldn't have us, not if we fought back, not if we stayed united. "You won't take her," I said, my voice shaking, but with an edge of finality. "She's not part of your bargain. You can't have her." The thing tilted its head, its face, if you could call it that, shifting with a sickening, distorted expression. "She already belongs to me," it hissed. "You both do. All of you. The darkness is inside you, Sam. You are no longer whole. You are mine." Its long, bony hands reached for me. But I fought against the pull, pushing forward with everything I had. The weight of the shadows around me felt almost suffocating. But there was something else within me, something still burning, still defiant. The house wanted me to succumb, to give in, but I had already been through hell. I had already given up everything it could take from me. It couldn't have Sarah. Not like this. I reached into the darkness that swirled around us, feeling the pressure of the house's grip, but I also felt something else, something I had buried deep inside myself. A spark of defiance. A reminder that no matter how much the house tried to consume me, no matter how much it sought to claim us both, I was still me. I was still fighting. I took another step forward, feeling Sarah's hand still tightly gripping mine, and I pulled her with me. "Sam, what are you doing?" Sarah whispered, her voice full of fear but still strong. "We're leaving," I said, my words barely audible but firm. "We're not staying here. Not anymore." I could feel the thing in the corner shifting, its form writhing, its eyes narrowing as it watched us with growing fury. It was no longer just waiting. It was acting, moving toward us in a flurry of shadows, reaching for us with a desperation that filled the room with an overwhelming sense of dread. And yet, despite the suffocating darkness pressing in around me, I felt something inside me break free. This wasn't just about survival. It was about reclaiming what had been taken from me. I wasn't going to let the house define me, define us. We had made it through so much. Together, we weren't going to fall apart now. "You can't stop me," I whispered to the house, feeling the words rise from deep within. "We're done. I'm done." The thing's face contorted in anger, its skeletal limbs extending, but I wasn't afraid. I couldn't be. I had already given everything to it, and now I was taking it back. Suddenly, the air around us seemed to shudder, as though the very foundation of the house was cracking, splintering. The darkness recoiled, pulling away from us, the oppressive weight lifting just enough for me to feel the light again. It wasn't much. Just a sliver, just a flicker. But it was enough. The thing in the corner shrieked, its voice deafening, tearing through the air like the sound of glass shattering. The walls of the attic seemed to ripple, the house itself quaking, as if it were coming apart at the seams. The darkness surged, trying to reclaim us, but it was too late. The house was losing its grip on us. I could feel it. The shadows were weakening, unraveling. The house, the force that had bound us to it, was fading. Sarah and I stood there, breathing hard, our hands still tightly clasped together, as the house seemed to collapse around us. The walls cracked, the foundation groaned, and the air grew lighter with each passing second. It was as if the very structure of the house was giving way, crumbling under the weight of what it had taken. The thing in the corner was gone. The darkness was retreating, and with it, the oppressive presence that had haunted me for so long faded into nothingness. I stood there, breathing heavily, my heart racing in my chest. The weight in my chest had lifted, the house no longer a looming, consuming presence. The darkness was gone, and I was still here. We were still here. Sarah's hand tightened in mine, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to relax. The house was no longer our prison. We were free. We stood there in the ruins of the attic, surrounded by the debris of the crumbling house. The silence was overwhelming. The dark presence that had haunted us, that had driven us to the brink of insanity, was gone. The house, the force, had been defeated. But there was something else I knew. It wasn't just the house that had been defeated. It was the fear, the shadows, the darkness that had threatened to consume me. I looked at Sarah, her face filled with uncertainty, but also relief. We had made it through, together. "Is it over?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, my voice quiet but firm. "It's over. We're free." We didn't say anything else. Words weren't necessary. We had fought for this moment, fought to survive, and now, as the attic crumbled away around us, we had won. We had made it, and we would rebuild. Together, the house was gone. But our story, our fight, was just beginning. The silence in the aftermath of the house's collapse was deafening. The walls had crumbled, the floor had cracked, and the very air felt different, as if it were no longer tainted by the oppressive presence that had once consumed us. The shadows that had lurked in every corner, that had whispered my name, that had twisted my thoughts, were no longer there. For a long moment, neither Sarah nor I spoke. We stood amidst the ruins, the wreckage of the house, both physically and emotionally drained. The air was still, save for the soft rustling of debris as the house continued to collapse inward. It felt like the weight of centuries had been lifted, and though the dust settled in the space around us, the overwhelming sense of dread that had been so persistent was gone. "I can't believe it's really over," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly, though I could hear the relief in it. She looked around at the destruction, taking in the wreckage of the house. I thought we were never going to get out. I didn't have an answer for her. I didn't know how we'd gotten out, only that we had. There was no magic explanation, no rational reason for how we had survived. All I knew was that we were free now. The house, the darkness, the thing in the attic, they had been defeated. "I don't think we'll ever truly be free of it," I said quietly, my gaze still fixed on the ruins. "We've seen too much. We've felt it." Sarah turned to me, her brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" "I mean that even though the house is gone, it's still part of us. It's still in our heads, in the things we've lost. We can't just walk away from it." My voice cracked slightly, and I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "I don't know what parts of me I'll ever get back." Sarah stepped closer, her hand reaching for mine. "We'll figure it out together. Whatever it is, Sam. We'll rebuild." Her words brought a warmth that I hadn't felt in months, a flicker of hope that began to push through the thick, lingering fog of the past. She was right, in a way. The house was no longer a threat. But the damage it had done to me, to us, would take time to heal. The memories would take time to reclaim, and I had to accept that some parts of me, some pieces of my life, would never return. But as long as we were together, I had a chance at healing. The wreckage of the house was still smoldering as we stepped outside. The air cooler now, and the sky seemed clearer than it had in years. We stood on the edge of the crumbling foundation, looking out at the horizon. The world felt vast, infinite, full of possibility, and yet it also felt strangely empty. The house had been a cage, but now that it was gone, there was a haunting stillness in its absence. "I think it's time to go," I said quietly, my voice hoarse. Sarah nodded without hesitation. She didn't need to ask where we were going. We were leaving this place behind. And whatever came next, we would face it together. The drive away from the house was unlike any other. The landscape stretched out before us, vast and open, as we left the town behind. I didn't know where we were headed. I didn't even know if we had a destination anymore. All I knew was that we had to keep moving forward. We couldn't stay in the place where the darkness had found us. Where do we go from here? Sarah asked, breaking the silence after a while. I don't know, I replied, my voice quiet yet certain. But I think we need to find a place where we can breathe, a place where the past isn't chasing us, where we can just live. She squeezed my hand, her gaze steady. We'll find it. We'll find a new home. A real one this time. I smiled faintly at her words, though the ache in my chest was still there. It wasn't that easy, was it? Finding peace. Healing. It would take time. There would be days when the memories crept in, when the shadows returned to haunt us in the quiet moments. But maybe, just maybe, there would be days when the light would be brighter, when we could look at each other and know that we had survived the worst. And that was enough. We stopped in a small town some hours later. It was nothing special, just a quiet place tucked away in the mountains, the kind of place you could almost forget existed. We rented a small cabin by the lake, and for the first time in months, I felt like we had some peace. As the days passed, the weight of the past didn't disappear, but it felt more manageable. We worked to rebuild. We spent mornings drinking coffee on the porch, afternoons by the lake, and evenings talking about our hopes, our fears, and the future. Sarah had a way of making everything seem possible. The things that haunted me, the things that still clung to my mind, she was there to help me face them. But even as the peace settled in, I couldn't ignore the undercurrent of dread that still lingered. I couldn't stop the occasional nightmare, the flashes of the thing in the attic, the whispers of the house calling my name. The house hadn't just claimed me, it had changed me. And now, no matter where I went, part of it would always be with me. But that didn't mean it had to control me. I had Sarah. We had each other. And slowly, I was learning that maybe the darkness that had once consumed me didn't have to define the rest of my life. Maybe, just maybe, I could rebuild. Not just the house, but myself. I looked out over the lake as the sun began to set, casting golden light over the water. The world was still dark in places, but there was light too. And I knew that, for once, I could walk toward it. For once I could walk away from the shadows. And I could do it with Sarah by my side. Together. Always. The days in the small town passed quietly, each one blending into the next. We had created a new rhythm, something far removed from the chaos that had once consumed us. The mornings were filled with sunlight and the scent of fresh coffee. The afternoons with long walks along the lake or exploring the nearby woods, and the evenings with simple dinners and quiet conversations. There were moments when I could almost forget the past, when the darkness felt like it had never touched me. Almost. But then, in the quiet moments, when the sun sank behind the horizon and the world outside the cabin grew still, I would feel it. The weight of everything we had been through. The house. The darkness. The house in the distance that had pulled me back in, just when I thought I was free. The thing that had been waiting for me in the attic. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, drenched in cold sweat. The echoes of that place, the whispers, the feeling of being hunted, those things never fully faded. I could hear the sound of the house's creaking walls in my mind, feel the cold hand of the thing reaching for me again. It was like a shadow, always present, lurking just behind the veil of the world around us. I would lay in bed, my eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. And in those moments the question would come, will it ever stop? I tried not to let it show. I tried not to let Sarah see the fear creeping back into me, but I could tell she noticed. Her eyes would linger on me for a moment longer than usual, her concern quietly bubbling to the surface. She knew something was wrong. She always knew. One night, after another restless, sleepless evening, I finally spoke. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the stillness of the cabin. She stirred beside me, her body shifting as she turned to face me. "Sam, what is it?" "I don't think I'm ever going to be okay," I confessed, the words slipping from my mouth before I could stop them. I immediately regretted saying them, but it felt like the truth in that moment. It felt like I was drowning in a sea of darkness that I couldn't escape, no matter how far I ran. The house, what it did to me, it's still here. It's still with me. I thought coming here would help, that leaving the house behind would be enough. But it's not. I can't shake it. Sarah's hand reached out in the darkness, finding mine, her touch warm and steady. "You're not alone in this, Sam," she said softly, her voice full of conviction. "You don't have to carry this burden by yourself. We'll face it together, whatever it is." I closed my eyes and squeezed her hand. The words I wanted to say caught in my throat. The truth was, I didn't know how much of the past I could ever truly escape. I didn't know if I could ever heal completely. The shadows had gotten inside me, and they hadn't let go. Maybe they never would. But as I lay there, in the darkness, with Sarah beside me, I realized something. Maybe that was okay. Maybe healing wasn't a destination, but a journey. And maybe, just maybe, we could find a way to live with the scars. Together. Days turned into weeks, and still, I wrestled with the weight of the past. I couldn't outrun it, and I couldn't simply wish it away. But there were moments of peace. When the sunlight filtered through the trees and warmed the cabin, when Sarah smiled at me, when we sat together on the porch, watching the sunset over the lake. These moments were brief, but they were real. They were enough to keep going. And then, one afternoon, the thing happened that I had been dreading. I was out walking along the lake, trying to clear my head, when I noticed it, a faint outline in the distance. It was so far away that at first I thought it was just a trick of the light. But as I walked closer, I saw it clearly. The house. It stood at the far end of the lake, almost hidden by the trees, as though it had never truly been destroyed. The house from the nightmares. The one that had consumed me, taken everything from me. It was standing there, perfectly intact, its broken windows like eyes watching me, waiting for me to approach. My heart stopped in my chest. I froze. The air felt thick, suffocating, like the weight of the world had dropped onto my shoulders all at once. I wanted to turn and run, to flee, to leave this place behind. But my feet felt rooted to the ground, as if the house had found a way to pull me back. "Sam," I heard Sarah's voice, distant at first, then growing closer. I turned, and there she was, walking toward me, her expression filled with concern. "What's wrong? You look." I didn't wait for her to finish. My legs moved before I could think, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her away from the lake, away from the house. "We need to leave," I said urgently, my voice shaking. "We can't stay here. It's back. It's not gone. The house, it's right there. I saw it. We have to leave." "Sam, what are you talking about?" She stopped walking, looking at me, her confusion turning into concern. "It's just an old house. It's probably been abandoned for years." "No," my voice cracked. "It's not just a house. It's alive. It's still following me, still watching me. It's not finished with me yet." Sarah's brow furrowed, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she gently took my hand, her eyes steady. "It's okay," she said softly. "Whatever you're seeing, whatever's going on, we'll figure it out. We'll handle it together." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to be able to trust that I was wrong, that this was just a trick of my mind. But the thing inside me, the fear, the darkness that had never fully left, told me otherwise. The house was never really gone. It had followed us here, wherever we went. "I can't do this again, Sarah," I whispered, my voice breaking. I can't go back there. She stepped closer to me, her hands on my shoulders, her gaze unwavering. We won't go back. We'll leave this place. We'll find somewhere else. I'm not letting you face this alone. And for the first time in a long time, I let myself believe her. Maybe the house was still out there, still haunting the edges of my mind, but with Sarah by my side, maybe it didn't have to control me. Maybe I could still choose to live, to move forward. Together, we left that day. The house, the shadows, wouldn't have the last word. It wouldn't control our future. It would always be a part of me, but it wouldn't define me. And so, we kept moving forward, knowing that no matter what came next, we had each other. The house was gone, and with it, the darkness that had nearly consumed me. We kept driving, not knowing exactly where we were headed. The destination didn't matter. It was the journey, the act of moving forward, that kept us grounded. We were searching for something, but I couldn't say what. I didn't have the answers. I didn't even know if the answers existed. All I knew was that we needed to be somewhere else, somewhere away from the place where the shadows had once lived. The road was long, the landscape vast and unchanging, but there was a subtle shift inside me, a quiet promise to myself that I would rebuild. I didn't know how and I didn't know when, but I had to try. I owed that much to Sarah. I owed it to myself. No matter how dark the past had been, I couldn't let it drag me down forever. But the echoes of the house still haunted me. Even now, as we drove through rolling hills and sleepy towns, I could feel it lurking just behind my thoughts. I kept telling myself it was gone, that we had left it behind. But no matter how far we traveled, I could still feel its weight, still hear its whispers in the back of my mind. I don't know if I can outrun it, I muttered, more to myself than to Sarah. Sarah's hand reached out and found mine. Her grip was warm and steady, a silent anchor amidst the storm inside me. You're not running, Sam. We're moving forward. Together. That's what matters. Her words were simple, but they settled over me like a soft blanket, pushing back against the cold I'd carried for so long. For the first time in a long while, I allowed myself to believe them. Maybe I didn't have all the answers. Maybe I didn't know how to heal, or how to make sense of everything we'd been through. But I did know one thing: I wasn't alone. We stopped for the night in a small town, a place that seemed quiet, almost forgotten by time. It wasn't much, just a few houses, a diner, and a gas station. But the peace of it was overwhelming. The air felt clean. The kind of air that makes you breathe deeply, as if the weight of the world could lift with each inhale. The diner we stopped at had an old, rustic charm. The kind of place that served coffee in thick mugs, and where the smell of fresh pie filled the air. We sat by the window, the fading light of the sunset spilling through the glass, painting the walls in warm hues of orange and gold. I could feel Sarah's hand still resting in mine, and for a fleeting moment, I allowed myself to be in the present. For that moment, the house didn't exist. The darkness didn't exist. I think this is what I've been searching for, I said quietly, looking at Sarah across the table. Peace. Just a place where we can breathe. Her smile was soft, almost sad. It's a start, Sam. It's more than we had before. I nodded, but a part of me wasn't convinced. I had hoped that leaving would be the solution, that if I just put enough distance between myself and the house, it would vanish. But the truth was more complicated. The house had shaped me. It had broken me, remade me, and left a mark that wouldn't disappear easily. The waitress came over and placed 2 steaming mugs of coffee on the table, interrupting my thoughts. She smiled at us with a warmth that felt foreign, like something I hadn't experienced in a long time. "Anything else for you folks?" she asked, her voice light and friendly. I looked at her, startled by the simplicity of the question. It wasn't anything extraordinary, but it felt like a reminder. a reminder that there was a life outside of the darkness I had been consumed by. A life full of little moments, little choices, little joys. "Just the coffee," I said, managing a smile. She nodded and walked away, and for a moment, the weight of the past didn't seem quite so heavy. But as Sarah and I sat there, sipping our coffee in the quiet of the diner, the unease still lingered in the back of my mind. The house hadn't been destroyed by fire, by the wreckage of the past. It hadn't been erased from existence. It was still out there. I didn't know how, but it was waiting for me to return to it. It wasn't finished. The darkness wasn't finished with me. I turned my gaze to the window, watching as the last of the sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. The fading light felt like a reflection of everything I had lost, but also everything I still had left. The house couldn't take that away from me. Not completely. For the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to breathe. The road ahead wasn't clear, and I wasn't sure how much longer the peace would last. But tonight, I didn't need to have all the answers. Tonight, I only needed to know that we were moving forward, and that was enough. The next morning, we woke up to find the town still shrouded in early morning fog. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but there was already a new light in the sky, breaking through the clouds, the promise of a new day. As Sarah and I packed up the car, ready to continue on our way, I felt something shift inside me. Maybe it was the quiet of the town. Maybe it was the promise of what could be. But for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel like I was running from something. I was moving toward something. Toward a future I could still shape, toward a life I could still build. Where to next? Sarah asked as she slid into the passenger seat. I started the engine, and we began to drive, the road stretching out before us, winding through the hills and valleys of the countryside. I didn't know where we were going, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that we were moving forward, together. As the miles passed, I began to realize something. The house might never be fully gone. The darkness might always be a part of me, but it didn't have to be my whole story. And maybe, just maybe, I could write the next chapter. The road continued to unfold before us, endless in its winding stretches, as if it would carry us further and further from the wreckage of the past. Sarah and I hadn't discussed much about what lay ahead. We had no clear plan, no destination. But there was a quiet comfort in the unknown, in the freedom of the open road. It wasn't about running anymore. It was about finding a place to rest, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Somewhere we could just be. The town we passed through was small, more of a speck on the map than anything else, but it had a certain charm that was hard to ignore. A few rows of houses, a general store, a small diner, just enough to suggest a community. A life untouched by the chaos that seemed to follow us. We stopped for coffee, the warm mug pressed to my hands a comfort, a moment of stillness. For the first time in a long while, I could taste the sweetness of simplicity. "We could stay here," Sarah said as she glanced around the small town, her voice calm, but there was an edge of something in her tone. Hope. Uncertainty. It was hard to tell. It seems peaceful. "I don't know," I answered, my gaze drifting to the trees on the edge of town. "It's tempting." But Sarah didn't need me to finish my sentence. She knew exactly what I meant. But then, the question echoed in my mind, what was I waiting for? I was no longer running from the house. I had stopped fighting the inevitable. There was no distance great enough to escape it completely. The house, the shadows, the thing that haunted me, it had already shaped me. But I didn't need to remain its prisoner. I didn't have to keep allowing it to define the path I walked. Still, a part of me hesitated, uncertain of what this next chapter would hold. And as I looked at Sarah, I realized I wasn't just hesitating because of my past. I was hesitating because the future felt just as unknown. What did I want? What could we build from the pieces of us that remained? Maybe, I finally said, setting my coffee cup down on the table. Maybe we could stay for a little while, just to see how it feels. But not forever. I don't think I'm ready to settle yet. Not here. Sarah nodded, though I could tell she understood that my uncertainty wasn't just about the house. It was about me, about us, and the fact that we hadn't even begun to fully heal. We finished our coffee in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. The weight of the past would always be there, but we had to make a choice. Would we let it control us, or would we take back what was ours? We left the diner and climbed back into the car. The engine hummed beneath us as we began to move again, the road ahead still stretching long and uncertain. There were no guarantees. But with Sarah by my side, I realized that perhaps the road itself was the answer. The journey, the act of continuing forward, would be enough. We didn't need to have everything figured out. The next few days were filled with more uncertainty, but they were also filled with moments of connection. Quiet moments. We stopped at roadside attractions. Small, quaint towns with their sleepy charm. We stayed in motels and ate greasy diner food. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. There was a certain kind of healing in simplicity. Each mile we traveled, each day we spent together, was a step toward something new. I wasn't sure what it was yet. I wasn't sure if we would find a place to settle down or if we would keep moving. But I was learning that it didn't matter so much. We had each other, and that was enough for now. But then, on the fourth night, something shifted again. It was late, well past midnight, when the dream came. It was unlike the others I'd had since we left. It wasn't the usual nightmare of the house, the thing in the attic, or the dark whispers. This time, it was different. I was standing in front of the house again, not the wreckage of it, but the house in its full, decrepit glory. The windows were dark, but I could feel the presence inside, watching me. The door creaked open slowly, and I stepped inside, drawn by some force I couldn't explain. Inside, everything was exactly as it had been. The dust, the rotting wood, the oppressive stillness. But this time, I wasn't alone. I looked around the room, and there she was. Sarah. She stood by the window, looking out at something I couldn't see, her back to me. I felt the urge to call her name, to reach out and pull her away from whatever this place was. But I couldn't move. My legs felt heavy, like they were chained to the floor. And then I saw it. The thing in the corner. The figure I had seen in the attic. Its limbs were impossibly long, its face just a dark void. But this time, it wasn't lurking in the shadows. It was reaching for Sarah. Its long fingers stretched toward her, pulling the very light from the room. No, I shouted, but my voice was lost, swallowed by the emptiness. I tried to move. Tried to get to her, but I couldn't. The darkness closed in, surrounding us both. And then, I heard the whispers. The same whispers I had heard in the house, the ones that promised me everything if I gave in. Come back. It's not over. You belong to me. And then, just as the thing's fingers brushed against Sarah's shoulder, I woke up. I shot up in bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I looked around the room, disoriented. The quiet, the dark night outside, the dim light from the lamp beside me, it was all real. We were in a motel. The house wasn't here. The thing wasn't here. But my pulse still raced. The fear still clung to me. I turned to look at Sarah. She was still asleep beside me, breathing evenly, unaware of the terror that had gripped me in my sleep. For a moment, I just watched her. She was safe. She was here with me. But the dream, the nightmare had felt so real. The darkness hadn't just followed me in the past. It had followed us here. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The house was gone, I told myself. The house had been destroyed, torn down. The thing in the attic had been defeated. But the truth was, the darkness didn't just live in the house. It lived inside of me, inside my fear, my unresolved memories. It wasn't over. I knew that now. The house had left its mark on me. It had shaped me, broken me, but it couldn't have everything. I wouldn't let it. I turned over in bed, facing Sarah. And as I reached out to gently take her hand, I realized that even if the house wasn't truly gone, I wasn't alone anymore. And maybe that was the key. As long as I had her, maybe there was still a chance to face the darkness. Maybe, just maybe, we could find a way through it. Together. The night after the dream, I didn't sleep much. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, the shadows returned, fleeting glimpses of the house, the thing in the attic, Sarah, in its grasp. It felt so real, so palpable, that when I woke, I couldn't tell if I had just lived through a nightmare, or if the nightmare had never really ended. I sat up in bed, staring at the ceiling. The early morning light had begun to seep through the thin curtains, casting everything in a soft glow. My mind felt scattered, frayed at the edges. The house, the darkness, it was all still inside me, as much a part of me as the air I breathed. No matter where I went, it would always be there, lurking just beneath the surface. I looked over at Sarah. She was still asleep, her face peaceful, untouched by the terror that had gripped me in the night. I envied her for that. She didn't carry the weight I did. The weight of it. But as much as I tried to convince myself that I was free, I knew deep down that it was far from over. The house wasn't just a place. It wasn't something I could leave behind by driving a few hundred miles. The house had taken root inside me, and now it had become my shadow. And I would carry that shadow forever. I stood up quietly, not wanting to wake her, and walked to the small bathroom in the motel room. The cold air hit me as I stepped inside, and I stared at my reflection in the mirror. The face that stared back at me looked different. It looked tired, older somehow. I hadn't seen it clearly in so long. The person I had been before the house seemed like a memory, a ghost of someone I used to know. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake the feeling of dread that clung to me. But no matter what I did, I couldn't escape it. It wasn't the house. It wasn't the shadows. It was me. The darkness had carved something into me that I wasn't sure could ever be erased. I walked back to the bed and sat down beside Sarah, watching her sleep. She looked so peaceful, so free of the weight I carried. I wanted to protect her from all of it, from the house, from the past, but how could I? How could I protect her from something that was inside of me? She stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and she smiled groggily when she saw me sitting there. "Hey," she murmured, her voice soft, warm. "You okay?" I didn't know how to answer. I didn't know how to tell her the truth, that I wasn't okay. That the house hadn't just broken me. It had changed me in ways I didn't understand, and maybe it would never stop. "I'm just thinking," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry I woke you." She reached out and took my hand, her fingers gentle but firm. "You don't have to apologize. Talk to me, Sam. Whatever it is, I wanted to." I wanted to tell her everything, to unload the weight of it, but the words felt stuck in my throat. How could I explain to her what I couldn't even explain to myself? The darkness inside me. The fear that wouldn't let go. The house had already consumed so much, but I wasn't sure I was ready to face the parts of me that were still lost. "I'm afraid," I whispered, the words barely leaving my lips. Sarah's eyes softened, and she sat up, her hand resting on my shoulder. "I know you are. But you're not alone, Sam. You're not going to face this alone. I'm here, and I'll stay. No matter what." Her words were a balm to my broken soul, but even as I felt comforted by them, I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. The house was still there, still waiting for me, waiting for us. I don't know how to get rid of it, I confessed, my voice barely audible. I don't know how to escape it. You're not supposed to escape it, she said softly. You're supposed to face it. And you don't have to face it alone. Her words hit me like a wave, washing away some of the fog in my mind. I had been trying to outrun the house, to escape it, but maybe that was the wrong way to look at it. Maybe the house, the darkness, had already shaped me. It was part of me now. I couldn't escape that. But I didn't have to let it control me. I didn't have to let it define me. I'm still scared. I whispered, my heart aching with the truth of it. I'm afraid of what I'll become. I'm afraid of how it might change me. You already are who you are, Sam, she said, her hand gently brushing against my cheek. The house didn't change you. It broke you. But you're still you, and you're still the person I love. I closed my eyes, her words sinking deep into my heart. She was right, in a way. The house didn't change who I was. It tried to break me, to consume me, but it couldn't take everything. It hadn't taken us. And maybe that was all that mattered. We stayed like that for a while, in the stillness of the motel room, letting the weight of everything we had been through settle around us. The shadows still lingered, but in that moment, we were safe. Together. The days that followed were quieter. We continued our journey, but there was a sense of peace between us, a quiet understanding. I wasn't sure what the future held, but I knew I wasn't alone anymore. And that, in itself, was a kind of strength. We stopped at a small cabin on the edge of a national park, a place far removed from the world we had left behind. The air was crisp, the forest surrounding us dark and deep, but peaceful. The cabin was simple, just enough for the two of us to begin again, to breathe and exist without the weight of the past always pressing down on us. I didn't know if the darkness would ever leave. I didn't know if I would ever fully heal from everything the house had done. But I knew this. I wasn't defined by the darkness. I wasn't defined by the past. And maybe that was the most important thing. Maybe the house, the thing in the attic, the shadows. They were just part of my story, not the whole story. And as I stood at the edge of the forest, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of red and gold, I realized something else. I had a future. A future that was mine. And no matter what came next, I would face it. Together with Sarah, we had a chance to live. And that, for now, was enough. The sun sank low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape, and I finally let myself breathe. The journey wasn't over, but it was a new beginning. A beginning that was ours. The quiet of the forest cabin was unlike anything I had experienced in years. The sound of birds chirping in the trees, the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind. It was peaceful, almost unnervingly so. There were no memories of the house here, no ghosts of the past waiting to claim me. It felt like a place that existed outside of time, a place where I could just be. And yet, even in the midst of that peace, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was still waiting for me. The past didn't just vanish, because I found a new place to rest. The house had taught me that much. I spent my days helping Sarah settle in. The cabin was small but cozy, just enough space for the two of us to start again. We chopped wood for the fire, cleaned out the old fireplace, and set up a small garden in the backyard. It wasn't much, but it felt like a life, like the first real life we could have in a long time. We were building something together with our hands. And for once, I allowed myself to believe that maybe we could heal here. Maybe we could forget the darkness, at least for a while. But there were nights when the dreams returned. They weren't the same nightmares I had been tortured with before. They were subtle, creeping into my mind in the moments just before sleep, when I was vulnerable and half aware. The house, no longer a physical place, had morphed into something else. It wasn't a structure anymore, but a feeling, a presence, constantly lurking at the edges of my thoughts. I'd wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, only to find Sarah beside me, her steady breathing grounding me back in the reality of the present. But the fear, the darkness, it was always there, lurking just out of reach. One afternoon, Sarah suggested we take a hike through the woods. It had been a few weeks since we'd arrived, and the cabin was starting to feel more like home. She said it would be good for both of us, a way to shake off the weight of the past, even if just for a few hours. We packed a small lunch and set off into the forest, the soft dirt of the trail crunching beneath our feet. The trees stretched high above us, their leaves a rich green canopy that filtered the sunlight into gentle beams. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and as we walked, I felt a calm settle over me, a relief I hadn't realized I needed. "I think this is the most peaceful place I've ever been," Sarah said, her voice light with the joy of being outside. "Everything feels clear here." I smiled at her, but the words caught in my throat. I wanted to feel that peace. I wanted to let go of everything that had happened. But the shadows still clung to me, and no matter how far I walked, I couldn't escape the weight they carried. "I know what you mean," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It feels good to just breathe, to not be running." "Exactly," she said, squeezing my hand. "We're finally able to just exist, and that's enough, right? We're here together. That's all that matters." For a moment, I allowed myself to believe her. The past couldn't reach me here. The house, the thing, the shadows. It felt like they were nothing more than fading memories. I could live in this moment. For just a little while, I could be free. We reached a small clearing near a creek, the water sparkling in the afternoon sunlight. Sarah sat down on a large rock near the edge, kicking off her boots and dipping her toes into the cool water. "Come sit," she said with a grin. "It's amazing how clear this water is." I hesitated for a moment, then joined her, letting my boots fall to the ground and stretching my legs out beside her. The sound of the creek was soothing, the rhythm of the water flowing over smooth rocks, grounding me in the present. "You know," she said softly, breaking the silence, "I never really thought about what life would be like after everything. But I'm starting to think this might be it. We can make a life here. We don't have to go anywhere. We can just live." Her words made my chest tighten. I wanted so badly to agree, to say that this was the beginning of something beautiful and unbroken. But I couldn't. Not yet. "I'm still afraid," I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to fully let go of what happened. The house, it's still inside me, no matter how far I run." Sarah turned to look at me, her eyes soft and understanding. I know you're still carrying it with you, Sam. But you don't have to face it alone. And I don't think it's about running anymore. Maybe it's about learning to live with it. To live alongside it." I looked at her, searching her face for any hint of doubt, but all I saw was certainty. She believed in us. In me. Even when I didn't know if I could believe in myself. "You've already been through so much?" she said quietly, her voice almost a whisper against the sounds of the creek. "But you're still here. We're still here. That's what matters. You're not defined by the house. Not anymore." I let her words settle in the quiet space between us. The weight of them was heavy, but in a way that felt like a release, like permission to finally begin the process of healing. Maybe it wasn't about completely erasing the past. Maybe it was about accepting it, living with it. I nodded slowly, my heart still heavy, but lighter than it had been in months. "I'll try," I whispered. "I'll try to let go of the fear. I don't know if I can ever fully escape it, but I'll try." Sarah smiled, squeezing my hand. "That's all we can do, Sam. Try. And take it one step at a time." As we sat by the creek, the world around us felt still. The soft rustling of the leaves in the breeze, the gentle flow of the water, It was a reminder that life continued, even after everything we had been through. And though the house would always be a part of me, perhaps it didn't need to be the only part of me. We didn't stay in the clearing long. The shadows stretched long across the ground as the sun began to dip below the trees. But for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel as if I was running from something. I was simply walking beside Sarah, moving forward together. And that was enough for now. As we walked back to the cabin, hand in hand, I felt a quiet hope begin to grow inside me. The house had taken so much, but it hadn't taken everything. It hadn't taken us. And no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together. We were still here, still moving forward. And, for the first time in months, I could see the possibility of a future. Our future. A future where the past wouldn't hold us back. The weeks that followed our hike through the woods were some of the most peaceful moments of my life in recent memory. The stillness of the cabin, surrounded by the vast wilderness of the national park, became a sort of sanctuary for us both. There was a quiet beauty in the simplicity of our days. Waking up to the crisp mountain air, walking along the creek, cooking meals together, and reading books we had meant to read for years. For the first time since I could remember, I started to feel normal. The house, the darkness, the shadows, they felt distant now, like a bad dream slowly fading from my memory. But the quiet of the woods also allowed space for something else, a creeping realization that I was never going to be truly free. It wasn't just the house. It wasn't just the darkness that had followed me. It was the weight of everything I had seen and done. The fear, the isolation, it had all taken its toll. The peace was real, yes, but so was the underlying ache. It was as if I was learning to live with the memory of something I could never forget. One evening, as Sarah and I sat on the porch, watching the sun dip behind the mountains, I turned to her, the weight of everything suddenly too heavy to keep to myself. "Sarah," I said, my voice low. "Do you think I'll ever be able to forget it? The house, the darkness, or am I just the broken?" She didn't look at me right away. She sat quietly for a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon, before finally turning to meet my eyes. Her expression was gentle, as if she understood the question more deeply than I had realized. "I don't think you can forget it, Sam," she said quietly. "I don't think any of us can forget the things that shape us. But that doesn't mean you're broken. You're just carrying it. Like we all carry pieces of our past, no matter what they are." I swallowed hard, her words resonating in ways I wasn't prepared for. "I don't know how to stop carrying it," I whispered. "You don't have to stop carrying it," she replied, her voice firm yet tender. "You just need to learn how to live with it. And I'll be right here with you, Sam. Every step of the way." Her words were a balm to my soul, but they didn't fully erase the knot of fear tightening in my chest. The fear that the house would always haunt me, that the thing in the attic would always be lurking just outside my reach, that the shadows would always be there, waiting for me to slip. I turned away from Sarah and stood, walking to the edge of the porch where the forest began to stretch out into the distance. The trees stood still, silent sentinels, their dark green leaves flickering in the last rays of sunlight. There was an eerie peace here, one that I wasn't sure I could ever truly trust. The quiet, the calm. It felt like the stillness before the storm. "I don't know how to stop the fear," I said, my voice breaking the silence between us. "Every time I think I'm finally free, it comes back. It's always there. It's like I'm running in circles." "Sam," she said softly, her voice pulling me back from my spiraling thoughts. "You're not running anymore. You don't need to outrun it. You just need to face it. Whatever it is, however it's shaped you. It doesn't have to be the thing that controls you." I stood there for a moment, trying to let her words sink in. The house was gone, Yes. The physical space that had once been its prison was no more, but the fear, the darkness, it had taken root inside me, and I didn't know how to make it stop. But maybe she was right. Maybe I wasn't supposed to make it stop. Maybe I was supposed to learn how to live alongside it. The days passed in a blur of routine and small moments. Sarah and I continued our walks, our talks, our quiet life in the cabin. But the shadows never fully lifted. They were always there, hanging just behind my thoughts, just beneath the surface. I couldn't outrun them, but I was learning to live with them. One morning, as I sat at the kitchen table, reading a book, I noticed Sarah was unusually quiet. She was sitting by the window, staring out at the woods, her gaze distant. I put the book down, sensing something in the air. "What's on your mind?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She didn't turn to face me right away, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her coffee cup. Finally, she let out a slow breath and turned toward me, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity I hadn't seen before. "I think it's time we face the truth," she said softly. "We can't stay here forever, Sam. We need to move on. The cabin, the peace, it's good, but it's not enough. We need to figure out what's next." I felt my chest tighten. It wasn't fear, exactly. It was more like something I had been avoiding for months. Something I had known deep down, but hadn't wanted to acknowledge. Sarah was right. We couldn't hide here forever. But the question was, what's next? I thought about the house, about everything it had taken. The fear, the memories, the thing that had haunted me. I didn't want to face it. But I knew she was right. We had to face it. If we didn't, we'd be stuck here forever. Both of us, running from the same shadow. "Maybe we need to go back," I said quietly. The words felt strange as they left my mouth, like something I'd been avoiding for too long. Not to the house, but to where it all started. We need to face what happened. We need to understand it, so we can move on. So I can finally let go. Sarah nodded, her expression unreadable. For a moment, she didn't say anything, just stood there, absorbing my words. And then, with a sigh, she crossed the room and sat down beside me. "I think you're right," she said quietly. "But I'm not letting you do it alone. We'll do this together. We always have." That night, after the sun set and the shadows grew long in the cabin, we sat on the porch in silence, watching the stars begin to fill the sky. I felt like something had shifted between us, like we were finally acknowledging the weight we had both been carrying. I had been running from the truth for so long, but now, for the first time, I could feel the possibility of something else healing. The house wasn't gone. The shadows weren't gone. But I had Sarah, and together, maybe we could find a way to live with what had happened. Maybe we could learn how to face it, even when it felt like it would swallow us whole. The darkness had shaped me, yes, but it didn't have to define me. We stood up from the porch, side by side, as the wind rustled through the trees. The road ahead wasn't clear, but as we walked back into the cabin, I realized something important. We didn't need to have all the answers. We just needed to keep moving forward, and that was enough for now. Together, always. The days after our conversation seemed to stretch on endlessly, each one filled with quiet reflection and a sense of anticipation. We had made the decision to face the truth, to stop running, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling of uncertainty. There was no map for what we were about to do, no clear path forward. But there was a strange clarity in knowing that we had taken the first step. We had chosen to confront the past instead of hiding from it. I spent the next few days preparing, mentally and emotionally, for what was to come. The idea of returning to the house, even though it had been destroyed, felt almost impossible. But I couldn't deny that I needed to do it. The shadows would always be with me, unless I went back and faced them head on. The house was a place, but it was also a memory. And as much as I wished it would fade, I knew it wouldn't. I think we should leave tomorrow, I said to Sarah one evening as we sat on the porch, the sun sinking low behind the mountains. I've been thinking about it all day. I think we need to see it for ourselves, to understand what really happened. She didn't hesitate. Okay, she said, her voice calm. We'll go tomorrow. But Sam, just remember, you don't have to go back to relive everything. You're going back to take control of it. To own your past, not let it own you. Her words were grounding, reminding me that the house didn't have to dictate the course of my life. It had shaped me, yes, but it hadn't destroyed me. The power I had given it over the years was my own choice, and I had the power to reclaim it. The next morning, the sky was overcast, as if the world itself was holding its breath. We packed only the essentials, knowing the journey would be long, but not certain what awaited us. I couldn't shake the feeling that going back to the ruins of the house was like walking into the mouth of a storm. But this time, I wasn't walking into it alone. We drove in silence for most of the trip, the road stretching before us like a dark ribbon through the landscape. I kept my eyes on the road, but every time I glanced at Sarah, I could see the same mixture of resolve and fear reflected in her expression. We didn't talk about what we expected to find. The house had already taken enough from us. We didn't need to speak its name again. It loomed in the spaces between us, an unspoken understanding of the weight we were both carrying. As we got closer to the town, I could feel the unease grow within me. My pulse quickened, the memories of the house rising like a tide that I couldn't control. The road twisted, winding through trees and fields, and I knew we were getting close. Then we turned a corner, and there it was, or what remained of it. The ruins of the house were still there, though the structure had collapsed in on itself. What had once been a looming, oppressive structure was now a heap of broken timber and scorched stone. The ground around it was scarred, the earth still dark with the remnants of the fire that had consumed it. The once sturdy walls were now little more than jagged fragments, remnants of a past that had tried to destroy me. I stopped the car and turned off the engine. The silence between us was thick, suffocating. I didn't move for a moment, just staring at the ruins, wondering what I was supposed to feel. Relief, fear, anger. It wasn't any of those things. It was a strange mix of everything and nothing all at once. This is it, I said, my voice trembling slightly. Sarah didn't respond at first, but I could see her hand reaching for mine. I took it, squeezing it tightly, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of peace. The house, the memories, the darkness, it was all still there, but we were here, in this moment together. I got out of the car, and Sarah followed me. The ground beneath our feet was soft, still scarred from the fire. The smell of smoke still lingered in the air, faint but persistent. I walked toward the ruins, the feeling of dread slowly giving way to something else. Something harder, stronger. We stood together at the edge of the wreckage. I could almost hear the echoes of what had happened here, the whispering voices of the house that had once been my prison. I could feel the weight of the past, pressing on my shoulders, suffocating me. But I didn't back away. I didn't run. This place, I said softly, it feels like it's still here. Sarah's voice was calm, but full of understanding. It's because it is Sam. But it doesn't have to control you. Not anymore. We've already broken free. The words hit me with a quiet force. We had broken free. We were standing here together, and it wasn't the house that had power over us anymore. It wasn't the darkness that could decide our future. It was us. We were the ones who had the strength to leave it all behind. I looked around at the ruins, at the charred remnants of the house. It was a shadow of what it had been, nothing more than broken stone and fallen wood. It was nothing now. Just an empty shell. I stepped forward, my feet crunching on the gravel as I moved closer to the center of what had once been the house. I stood there for a long time, letting the wind stir around me, letting the silence settle in. The shadows were still there, but they no longer had the same hold on me. The house was gone, reduced to ash and ruin. It was over. I turned to Sarah, my heart steady for the first time in a long while. "We're free," I said quietly. Sarah's smile was soft, but it was filled with the strength that I had come to rely on. She nodded slowly. "Yes, we are." We stood in the wreckage for what felt like hours, the weight of the past finally lifting. It wasn't an instant cure, of course. The memories, the fear, the darkness, they would always be a part of me. But standing in the ruins of the house, I realized something. I didn't need to erase the past. I didn't need to run from it. I just needed to stop letting it control me. When we left the ruins, I didn't feel lighter, or like some great burden had been lifted from me. What I felt was something far more profound. Acceptance. I wasn't who I had been before the house. I wasn't who I had been when I first walked into it. But I was me, and that was enough. As we drove away, the sun began to set, casting the world around us in shades of red and gold. I looked at Sarah, and she smiled at me, her hand resting on mine. The road ahead was still uncertain. But for the first time in a long time, I felt ready to face whatever it held. We had already faced the worst, and together, we would keep moving forward. And that, I knew, was all that mattered. The road stretched out ahead of us, the miles slipping by like the moments that had passed since we had left the ruins of the house behind. The air felt different now, lighter, freer. The heavy weight of the past, the burden that had haunted every step, was no longer suffocating me. I still felt its presence, like a shadow lingering just at the edge of my awareness, but it was no longer my master. The house was gone, and with it, the hold it had on my life. We didn't talk much during the drive. It wasn't because there was nothing to say, but because everything we needed to say had already been spoken. The silence between us was comfortable, a peaceful understanding that we didn't need to fill the space with words. We were simply together, and that, in itself, was enough. We passed through towns and villages that felt distant, almost like we were drifting in between worlds. The places we drove through were ordinary, unremarkable in the best way. They were places where people lived their lives without the heavy burden of ghosts in the attic or shadows creeping through the halls. And as we moved further from the house, from the fear and the darkness, I realized something. This was what I had been searching for. This was the normal I had longed for. But the past never truly disappears, does it? We found a small cabin near the coast, far enough from the chaos of the cities to feel like a world unto itself. The sea was just a short walk away, its sound constant and soothing in the background. The cabin was modest, nothing fancy, but it had everything we needed, a place to live, to breathe, to begin again. The first few days were a blur of unpacking, settling in, and making the space our own. It didn't take long for the cabin to feel like home. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks, the wind rustling through the trees. These were the sounds that filled the silence now. They were the sounds of peace, of healing. Sarah and I worked together to fix up the cabin, adding our own personal touches to each room. She painted the kitchen, and I worked on the garden. We found a rhythm in our daily routines, each task bringing us closer to the life we had dreamed of. And for the first time in so long, I allowed myself to believe that we could build something beautiful here. That the darkness, as persistent as it had been, no longer had to define our future. But even in the quiet, even in the peacefulness of the coast, there were moments when I would wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing. The remnants of the house, of the thing in the attic, would still be with me. But instead of fighting it, I began to acknowledge it. The past was still there, but it no longer had the power to control me. I didn't need to run from it. I just needed to accept it, and with Sarah by my side, I was learning how to do that. One evening, as we sat on the porch, watching the sun set over the ocean, Sarah turned to me with a smile that felt like a promise. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. I thought about it for a moment, looking out at the horizon where the sun was sinking slowly into the sea, the sky painted in shades of pink and orange. "I feel alive," I said, the words coming to me as if they were finally true. "I feel like I'm finally here. Not in the past. Not in the shadows. Just here." She leaned her head against my shoulder, and I wrapped my arm around her. It felt like home. This was home. We didn't need to go anywhere else, because we had already found what we were looking for. We had found each other, and we had found peace. "I'm proud of you," she whispered, her voice soft but full of love. "I know it's not easy, but you're stronger than you think, and I'm here, always." I closed my eyes for a moment, letting her words wash over me. I was stronger than I thought, and we had made it through the worst. The house might have shaped me, but it no longer had a claim on me. And the future was no longer a place filled with fear. It was a place of possibility. A place where we could choose our path, free from the past. I took a deep breath and looked out at the ocean, the waves moving in a steady rhythm, reminding me that life, like the sea, was ever changing. There would be more challenges ahead. There would be more moments of doubt, but we could face them together, because we had already faced the darkness, and we had come through it stronger. And as the last rays of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, I realized that, in that moment, I was exactly where I needed to be. Days turned into weeks, and life in the cabin continued to unfold. We spent our time gardening, hiking along the coast, and finding joy in the small moments. We didn't talk about the house much anymore, but it lingered in the quiet moments, a part of our shared history. I wasn't running from it anymore. I was simply living, day by day, allowing myself to heal at my own pace. And as the seasons changed, I felt something else change within me. The shadows that had once threatened to swallow me were no longer as powerful. The house no longer held the same weight it once did. I still remembered it. I still carried the scars, but I had learned to live with them. One evening, as we walked along the beach, the wind whipping around us, Sarah stopped and turned to me, a serious look on her face. "Do you think we'll ever be completely free?" she asked, her voice quiet but full of meaning. I thought about it for a moment, then smiled. "I don't think freedom comes all at once," I said. "But I think we're free enough. We've already chosen to move forward, and that's enough for now." And as we stood there, the crashing waves and the wind around us, I realized that freedom wasn't a destination. It was a choice we had already made, together, always. The days turned into weeks, and the life Sarah and I were building in our quiet coastal cabin began to feel like a dream I had almost given up on. The sun continued to rise and set, casting the world around us in gentle light. The rhythms of life here, simple, unhurried, and grounded in nature, became a balm for the wounds I had carried for so long. The past, with all its shadows and broken memories, seemed like a distant echo now. But the scars would always be there, wouldn't they? Hidden beneath the surface, a part of me would always carry the house with me. The weight of what it had taken, the darkness that had consumed me. But it was no longer the defining feature of my life. The house had been a chapter, not the whole story. And now, I had a chance to write a new one. Sarah was my anchor. She was the reason I could move forward, even on the hardest days. I watched her as she tended to the garden we had started in the backyard, her hands moving gracefully through the soil. She was so at peace here, so content with the simplicity of the life we were building. I couldn't help but wonder, as I stood there, Just how much of that peace I had stolen for myself. How much of her strength had become my own. Is it ready? I asked, approaching her as she stood up, brushing dirt from her hands and looking pleased with her work. Sarah wiped the sweat from her brow, smiling at me. Almost. I think we'll have a good harvest this year. If the weather holds up, I smiled back. We've got plenty of time. There's no rush. She looked at me with a knowing smile, her eyes bright with the understanding that only she and I shared. The past had shaped us, but it no longer held sway over our every move. We were building something real here, something that felt right. Are you okay today? She asked softly, her voice almost like a whisper against the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. It was a question she asked often, and I could hear the concern, the care behind it. I nodded, even though part of me still carried the weight of the darkness. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm better. Every day I'm a little better. She gave me a soft smile, as though she were accepting that truth in her own way. She had always been patient with me, understanding that healing wasn't linear. And for the first time in my life, I believed it. Healing wasn't something that happened overnight. It was a process, a slow, steady march toward something better. We spent our days working, walking along the beach, and talking about the future. There were no deadlines, no rush. We were creating our own timeline here, our own space to exist. Every evening, we sat on the porch together, watching the sunset, the colors of the sky reflected in the water. It was beautiful in its simplicity, and I knew, deep down, that it was exactly where we were meant to be. One night, after dinner, we sat outside, the cool evening breeze ruffling our hair. The stars above were like a blanket of diamonds scattered across the sky, and for a moment, the world felt so still, so perfect. There was no fear, no darkness. There was just Sarah beside me and the future we were building together. I've been thinking, Sarah said after a while, her voice thoughtful. Maybe we should get involved in the community here. There's a small market down the road, and I've heard people talk about ways to help out, whether it's volunteering or just offering support to people in need. I looked at her, intrigued by the idea. I like that idea. It's a way to give back. And I think I'd like to help too. Maybe we can start a small workshop. Something for the people here to come together, create things. Her eyes lit up with excitement at the thought. Exactly. I've been feeling like we're here for a reason, like we're part of something bigger than just ourselves. Maybe this is the way to give back, to make the world here a little better, just like we've started to make our world better. I smiled, impressed by her ability to see the good in everything. I think that's a great idea. We'll start small and let it grow. Together. And in that moment, I realized that this was the next chapter, the one where we stopped just surviving and started living. The house, the darkness, the fear, it had all shaped us. But now, we could choose to shape our own destiny. Weeks passed, and the plan to engage with the local community slowly took shape. We started small, volunteering at the market, meeting the locals, and sharing our skills where we could. The connection between us and the people here felt genuine, something grounded in shared humanity. It was like planting roots in a place that felt like home, even though we had arrived as strangers. Every conversation, every new friendship, was a step toward truly belonging. But even in the midst of all this, the past never fully left me. Sometimes, when I walked along the beach alone, the wind carrying the salt of the sea through the air, I would feel the familiar weight of the house on my shoulders. The fear would creep in, the whispering voice telling me that I was never truly free. But I had learned to let it pass. The fear didn't control me anymore. I no longer had to fight it with everything I had. I could feel it, acknowledge it, and then move forward. One evening, as the sun set on the horizon, I found myself standing on the porch, staring out at the vastness of the ocean. Sarah came up behind me, slipping her hand into mine. I turned to look at her, feeling the deep sense of connection between us. "We've come a long way," I said, my voice quiet as I gazed out over the water. Sarah smiled softly, her eyes shining in the fading light. "We really have, and we're still moving forward, one step at a time." I squeezed her hand, feeling the weight of her words. One step at a time. That's how we had come this far. It wasn't all at once. It wasn't a sudden burst of freedom. It was a slow and steady climb towards something better. "We'll keep moving forward," I whispered, almost to myself. "Together." And as I stood there, side by side with Sarah, watching the waves crash on the shore, I knew one thing for certain: we had found a new beginning. A future that was ours to create. And no matter what came next, we would face it together, with love, with strength, and with the courage to keep moving forward. The past was still there, but it no longer had a claim on me. I was free, and the future, our future, was bright. The months that followed were filled with small but meaningful changes. The cabin had transformed from a quiet refuge to a place of warmth and purpose. Sarah and I, together, had made it ours. The garden we started bloomed into something beautiful. Vibrant flowers, lush vegetables, and herbs that brought a new life to the cabin. The small workshop we set up became a place of creativity, where we not only worked with our hands, but also built connections with the locals. It felt like the community was no longer just a place we had settled into. It had become part of our story. But it wasn't just the physical changes that marked this period of our lives. Something deeper had shifted within me, too. Slowly but surely, I was starting to let go of the lingering shadows. There were days when the past still crept into my thoughts. The house, the thing in the attic. But those days were becoming fewer and fewer. The darkness that once felt all-consuming had receded to a distant memory, and I found myself more present, more grounded in the life we were building together. The work we did in the community, helping at the market, fixing up homes, sharing our skills, became something meaningful to both of us. The people here welcomed us with open arms, not as refugees from the past, but as people who had something to offer, something to share. It felt good, almost necessary, to be part of something bigger than ourselves. But even in all this progress, there were moments of doubt, moments when I caught myself wondering if the past would ever truly let go. There were nights when I woke up, my heart racing, the remnants of nightmares clinging to me like a shroud. I would lie awake, listening to the sound of the ocean waves crashing against the shore, and for a brief moment, I would feel the weight of everything that had come before. The house, the thing, the darkness. But those moments were fleeting now. The nights when fear crept in became just that, moments. I was no longer defined by them. I had learned to live with them, to face them, and then move forward, knowing they no longer held the power to decide my path. One afternoon, as we worked on a new project for the cabin, a wooden table that we planned to place on the porch for family dinners, Sarah stopped and wiped the sweat from her brow. The sun was high, and the warmth of the day seemed to wrap itself around us like a blanket. She looked at me with a smile, but there was something in her eyes that made me pause. "You've come so far," she said quietly, as if the words had been on the tip of her tongue for a while. "I've seen you change, Sam. You're not the same person who walked through the door of that house, broken and lost." I set down the hammer I had been working with and turned to face her. Her words hit me in a way I wasn't expecting. I hadn't realized how far I had come, how much healing had happened until that moment. It wasn't just about the house anymore. It wasn't about fighting the darkness or trying to outrun it. It was about me standing here now, in the present whole. "I'm not the same person," I said, my voice quiet but steady. "And I'm grateful for that." But I wouldn't be here, not in this moment, without you. You've been my strength when I didn't know how to find mine." Sarah smiled, and the weight of her presence filled me with warmth. "We've both come a long way. We're building something here. Something real, something we can call our own." I nodded, taking a deep breath. It was true. What we had was real. This life we had started to build together, brick by brick, moment by moment. It was everything I had ever wanted. And it wasn't just about the cabin or the community. It was about us, about choosing to move forward and embrace the future together. A few weeks later, we were preparing for the first major event we would host at the cabin, a small gathering for the people in the community. We invited friends we had made over the months, people who had shared stories with us, who had helped us along the way. It felt like a celebration of all we had achieved and all that was yet to come. The night of the gathering, the cabin was alive with laughter, music, and the aroma of home-cooked food. We had set up a long table on the porch, decorated with fresh flowers from the garden, and candles that flickered gently in the evening breeze. It felt perfect. As the evening wore on and the conversation grew louder, I found myself standing at the edge of the porch, looking out at the ocean. The dark blue of the water stretched out before me, endless and infinite, while the stars above seemed to shimmer like 1,000 promises. Sarah joined me quietly, her presence a soothing comfort beside me. She didn't say anything at first, just stood there with me, watching the world. And then, when the moment felt right, she spoke. "I used to wonder," she began, her voice soft, "if we'd ever find a place like this, somewhere we could just be, somewhere we could heal." I turned to look at her, her face soft in the dim light of the candles. "Did you think we'd ever get here?" She smiled, a small, knowing smile that made my chest tighten. "I didn't know what the future would hold, but I always knew we'd find our way, together." I felt a lump form in my throat as I gazed at her. She was right. We had found our way, and together we had made a life that was ours. No shadows, no house, no darkness could ever take that away from us. "I'm glad we found it," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm glad we found this." We stood together in the quiet of the night, the sound of the waves crashing on the shore like a gentle lullaby in the background. The past would always be a part of me, but it no longer had the power to define my future. The house had taken its toll, yes, but it had also given me the chance to rebuild, to move forward. We had done it together, and that was all that mattered. As the night continued, with people laughing and sharing stories around the table, I felt a deep sense of peace settle over me. The darkness of the past was still there, lingering in the corners of my mind, but it no longer held me captive. The future stretched out before me, full of possibilities. And as I stood there with Sarah, surrounded by the people we had come to know and love, I realized that we had done more than just survive. We had lived, and we would keep living, one step at a time, together. The horizon was wide, and for the first time in my life, I was no longer afraid of what it held. Because with Sarah by my side, I knew that no matter what came next, we would face it together. And that was enough. Always. The months blurred into one another as we settled into our new life. It felt strange, almost too good to be true, that we were now part of a community. A place where we could be ourselves, no longer defined by our past. But even in this newfound peace, there was a constant undertow, a reminder of what had been. I had learned to live with it, not to run from it, but there were moments when it surfaced. The house, the thing in the attic, the fear, it was still there, always at the edge of my thoughts. It didn't define me anymore, but it was a part of me, and I had learned to accept it. The mornings were peaceful, the quiet hum of the ocean filling the space around us. Sarah and I continued to work on the garden, on small projects around the cabin, and we spent our afternoons walking along the beach, breathing in the fresh salt air. There was a rhythm to it now, one that felt steady and grounded, something that I had never experienced before. It was as if we had found our place in the world, but there was still the feeling that something was waiting, something on the horizon. One day, after a particularly busy week of helping at the local market and getting to know more of the people in town, Sarah and I decided to take a walk through the woods that bordered the cabin. The trees stood tall and strong, their branches twisting high into the sky. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, grounding me in the present. I felt more connected to the world around me than I had ever felt in my life. As we walked, I found myself thinking about the road ahead. The house, the darkness, the shadows, they had all shaped me, but I couldn't let them hold me back anymore. I was starting to believe that there was something more to life than simply surviving. I wanted to live. I wanted to experience everything this world had to offer, not just in spite of the past, but because of it. The house might have stolen pieces of me, but it had also given me the chance to start anew, to build something from the ashes. Do you ever think about what's next? Sarah asked, pulling me from my thoughts. I turned to look at her, noticing the way her eyes sparkled with curiosity. What do you mean? I mean, she continued, her voice thoughtful. We've built this life here. It's beautiful. But I can't help but wonder if there's something more for us, something beyond this. I smiled at her, knowing exactly what she meant. For so long, our lives had been dictated by the darkness, by the house. But now we had freedom. The world was full of possibility. I think you're right, I said, squeezing her hand. I think it's time to think about what's next. Not in the sense of running away from the past, but moving toward something new. Together, she nodded, her smile wide, and I could see the excitement in her eyes. For so long, we had been surviving, living in the shadow of the house, in the shadow of fear. But now, we were building a future. The house couldn't take that away from us, and as long as we were together, we could face whatever came next. Later that night, we sat on the porch, the evening air cool against our skin. The stars above sparkled brightly, and the sound of the waves crashing against the shore was a constant rhythm in the background. It was peaceful, the kind of peace I had never known before, and yet I couldn't ignore the feeling in the pit of my stomach. The feeling that something was on the horizon, something that would change everything. You okay? Sarah asked, sensing the change in my mood. I turned to her and smiled, though the unease still lingered. Yeah, just thinking. She didn't push me, but I could tell she was waiting for me to speak. She always was. I think I'm ready, I said softly. Ready to move forward. Really move forward. I've been carrying this weight for so long, trying to outrun it. But I don't need to anymore. Sarah reached for my hand, her fingers intertwining with mine. You don't have to outrun it, Sam. You've already made it. We've made it. I nodded, looking out at the horizon. I had been so focused on trying to escape the past, so focused on surviving that I hadn't seen it before. The future wasn't something I had to fear. It was something I could create. I'm not running anymore, I whispered. I'm finally ready to build the life we deserve. And in that moment, I knew I had found my peace. Not because the past was gone, because it would never truly leave me, but because I had chosen to stop letting it control me. The road ahead was still uncertain, but I was no longer afraid of it. Together, Sarah and I could face anything. We woke the next morning to a gentle breeze coming off the ocean. The world outside felt bright and full of promise, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was home. There was work to do, a future to build. But it was no longer a future defined by the shadows of the past. It was our future, one we could shape together, one we could make our own. I turned to Sarah. who was sitting on the edge of the porch, her legs dangling over the edge, a contented smile on her face. "We should start planning," I said, walking over to her. "Maybe we take that trip we've been talking about. Maybe we go further down the coast, see the places we've always wanted to visit. Maybe we find a new project to pour ourselves into." Sarah looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. "I love that idea," she said, standing up and coming to stand beside me. "We've spent so long trying to survive. Now it's time to live. Together." I smiled, feeling the weight of her words settle in my chest like a promise. This was it. This was the beginning of something new. And as we stood there hand in hand, the future stretched out before us, full of endless possibilities. The past was always going to be a part of me, but it no longer controlled my path. It was the future I was choosing now, the future I was building with Sarah. And I knew, with every fiber of my being, that together we could face anything, because the future was ours. Always. The weeks that followed our decision to move forward felt like a breath of fresh air. There was something undeniable about the way we approached life now. It was as if the weight that had once held us down had been lifted, and with it came the freedom to explore, to grow, and to live again. Our days in the cabin had become a dance of routine and spontaneity, working together on projects, exploring new corners of the surrounding woods, meeting people in the community who welcomed us with open arms. Life, in its simplicity, had become something we could both embrace. The cabin was our sanctuary, but we both felt it was time to push beyond it. We needed to see more, do more, experience more. And so, we began to talk seriously about the future. The trip we had talked about for so long, one that was meant to be a way of marking our new chapter, became our focal point. "We should go further than just the coast," Sarah said one evening, as we sat by the fire, the soft crackle of the flames filling the room with a sense of warmth. "I've always wanted to see the mountains further north. There's something about them that calls to me. The idea of traveling north, into unfamiliar landscapes, felt both exhilarating and a bit daunting. The house, the darkness, it felt like a lifetime ago. But still, the past lingered in the corners of my mind, waiting for the perfect moment to resurface. I had no intention of letting it control me again, but I also knew that part of my healing journey involved acknowledging it, no longer running from the memories that had shaped me. "You're right," I said, looking into the fire. "We've been here long enough. The world is wide, and we've only seen a small piece of it." The excitement in Sarah's eyes made me smile. It wasn't just about the mountains. It was about us, about the life we were building together, and the new memories we could create. This wasn't about escaping or running away. It was about finding the next chapter in the story we were writing. "We'll make it a trip to remember," she said, her voice full of determination. "Just the two of us, no expectations, no plans. We'll go where the road takes us." That night, as we sat together, planning our journey north, I realized how much had changed. It wasn't just the cabin or the community we had found. It was me. I had stopped being the person I had been when I walked into that house all those months ago, and I had become someone who was ready to embrace the unknown. Someone who was no longer defined by fear, but by the choices I made and the people I chose to walk beside. A few days later, we packed up the car, our hearts full of anticipation. The cabin we had called home would remain behind for now, but it didn't feel like goodbye. It felt like a pause, like we could return whenever we wanted, whenever we needed the quiet of this place. Our journey took us through winding roads, through small towns and sweeping hills, until we finally reached the northern mountains. The landscape here was starkly beautiful, rugged peaks standing tall against the sky, trees swaying in the wind. There was a sense of wildness in the air, something untamed and free, and I felt a deep sense of connection to it. We spent our days hiking along trails, exploring hidden waterfalls, and simply being. The stillness of the mountains soothed me in ways I hadn't expected. In the quiet, there was a peace I hadn't even known I was searching for. The more we wandered, the more I realized just how far I had come. One afternoon, as we reached the summit of a particularly steep trail, we stopped to rest. The wind swept around us, the vast view stretching before us in all its unspoiled grandeur. "I've been thinking," Sarah said, her voice carrying on the wind. She leaned against a large rock, looking out over the landscape with a sense of wonder. "It's amazing here. It's hard to believe we've come so far. From where we started to where we are now, it feels like we're finally living, you know?" I nodded, taking in the view as the wind tugged at my hair. "I do know," I said quietly. "We've come a long way, Sarah, and it's all because we chose to keep moving. We chose to heal, to let go of the past." She smiled at me, her eyes soft. "I'm proud of you, Sam. I'm proud of us." The weight of her words settled on me like a gentle warmth. I was proud of us too. But more than that, I was grateful. Grateful for the journey, for the love we shared, and for the courage to face what had once seemed impossible. We stood in silence for a moment, simply taking in the view. I could feel the peace of the mountains soaking into my bones, and for the first time in a long time, I allowed myself to be in the moment, without the fear of what had come before. The house, the darkness, the fear, it had all been a part of me, but it no longer controlled me. I had chosen a new path, and with Sarah by my side, I was ready to see where it led. The next few days were spent exploring, hiking, and taking in the beauty of the mountains. As we made our way through valleys and forests, I realized that I had stopped looking over my shoulder. I had stopped waiting for the past to catch up with me. I was living in the present, and it felt good. One evening, as we sat around a small campfire by a lake we had found on one of our hikes, Sarah turned to me, her face illuminated by the firelight. "I'm glad we came here," she said softly. "I think this is exactly what we needed. To step away from everything, just for a little while, and remind ourselves of what really matters." I smiled at her, my heart full. "I'm glad we came too. It's like we're getting a fresh start, a new beginning." She reached for my hand, her fingers intertwining with mine. "You know, Sam, I think this is just the beginning. We've got the whole world ahead of us, and I can't wait to see what comes next." I squeezed her hand, my heart swelling with love. "Neither can I, Sarah, neither can I." As the days turned into weeks, our journey north became more than just a trip. It became a reflection of everything we had been through, and everything we still had yet to discover. The mountains had given us something more than just beautiful views. They had given us a space to breathe, to grow, and to live without the weight of the past dragging us down. And as we made our way back toward the coast, our cabin, and the life we had made together, I realized that the journey was far from over. The road ahead was full of possibilities, and I was ready to walk it with Sarah by my side. The past was no longer something I feared. It was a part of me, yes, but it didn't define who I was or what I could become. The future was a blank page, waiting for us to write the next chapter. And together, we would make it a story worth telling. As we headed back toward the cabin, the drive was quieter than usual, but there was something in the air that felt different. The mountains had left an indelible mark on us. We had found clarity there, away from the noise of daily life. The simple act of walking through the woods, breathing in the cool mountain air, and talking without any rush had given us a deeper understanding of ourselves and each other. There was an unfamiliar sense of peace now, not just in the landscape around us, but within ourselves. It was as though we had shed layers of fear and uncertainty, and the future no longer seemed like a distant, unreachable place. The road ahead was clear, and we were both ready to walk it together. The journey we had taken, both the physical and emotional one, had opened up new possibilities. We had faced the darkest parts of our past, and now we could choose what came next. It was a freedom I had never truly known before. The house, the shadows, the fears, they were all fading, becoming a part of the past rather than something that had a claim on my future. When we finally arrived back at the cabin, it felt like returning to our center. The familiar sights, the comforting sounds of the ocean, the stillness of the woods. It was all just as we had left it, and yet it felt different. It felt like a new beginning. We spent the next few days relaxing, reacquainting ourselves with the place we had made our own. But the restlessness that had once ruled our lives was no longer present. There was no urgency. We weren't waiting for the next storm to hit, the next shadow to appear. The house was behind us, both literally and metaphorically, and it was time to build something new. One evening, as we sat by the fire, Sarah spoke again about the idea of giving back to the community. "I've been thinking," she said, her voice thoughtful as she looked out the window at the forest beyond. "We've been here for a while now, and I think it's time to do more. We've created this space for ourselves, but we've also been given so much. I think it's time we start thinking about how we can contribute, how we can be part of something bigger." I nodded slowly, letting the thought sink in. It wasn't just about the cabin, the privacy, or the peace we had found here. It was about what we could offer in return. "What do you have in mind?" I asked. She smiled at me. "We could start a program for the local kids. Teach them some skills we've learned. Maybe start a workshop where they can learn to work with their hands. Woodworking, gardening, even some basic home repairs. We could teach them about the value of building something with their own hands." I could see the excitement in her eyes. It wasn't just about work. It was about sharing what we had, about creating something that would outlast us, something that could give others the opportunity to feel the sense of fulfillment that came from building, growing, and learning. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision settle over me. It was a big step, but it felt right. "I think that's a great idea. I'm in." And so, we started planning. It wasn't a grand undertaking, but it was enough. We wanted to help the community in a way that felt personal and meaningful. Together, we began crafting a vision, a program that would teach kids not just skills, but values. The value of working with your hands, the value of community, the value of creating something that would leave a lasting impact. A few weeks later, we had our first meeting with a few of the local families. We explained our idea, our vision for the program, and the importance of teaching the next generation how to create, to work with their hands, and to take pride in their work. The response was overwhelmingly positive. Parents were eager to get involved, and the kids seemed excited about the prospect of learning something new. As we got started, the work felt like it was changing not just the kids, but us as well. It reminded us of the power of creating, of teaching, and of giving. Every workshop, every project we completed, brought us closer to the community and to each other. It was a humbling experience. One that reminded me that we weren't just building a life for ourselves. We were building something that could help others, too. One evening, after a long day of working with the kids, Sarah and I sat together on the porch, watching the sunset. The air was cool, the sky painted in shades of orange and purple, and the sound of the waves crashing against the shore was a soothing backdrop. It was a moment of quiet reflection. "Do you ever think about how far we've come?" Sarah asked, her voice soft, almost reverent. I looked at her, feeling the weight of her question. It wasn't just about the house, or the darkness, or the fear. It was about everything, the journey, the struggles, the victories. "All the time," I said quietly. It feels like another lifetime ago. She smiled, a warm, content smile, and I could see the peace in her eyes. We've made it, Sam. We've found our way. I couldn't have done it without you, I said, my voice thick with emotion. You've been my strength through everything. Through the hardest moments, you've been here. She reached for my hand, her fingers wrapping around mine. And you've been mine, she said softly. We've both grown, Sam. Together. I nodded, feeling the truth of her words settle in. We had both changed, and in that change, we had found something more beautiful than either of us could have imagined. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about thriving. The future was wide open, and though I didn't know exactly what it held, I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't afraid. We had made it through the hardest parts of our journey. We had built something real, and no matter what came next, I knew we would face it together. The past had shaped us, but the future was ours to create, and as long as Sarah and I were together, there was nothing we couldn't face. Together. Always. The seasons shifted around us as we continued to build both our lives and the community program. The days grew longer as spring bled into summer, and with each passing day, we saw the fruits of our labor. The kids we had worked with were not just learning new skills. They were growing in confidence, their faces lighting up with pride every time they completed a new project. It was rewarding in a way I had never anticipated, and as the program blossomed, it became clear that we had found something meaningful, a purpose beyond just healing. There was a peace in knowing that we had made a difference, even in small ways. We weren't changing the world, but we were changing lives. One child, one family, one lesson at a time. We continued to meet with the local families, expanding the program little by little. Word spread, and more kids joined, eager to learn, to create, and to be part of something larger than themselves. We built small furniture pieces, simple structures for the community garden, even handcrafted toys for the younger children. Each project brought us closer to the families, and it felt like the roots of the community were growing deeper, more intertwined. But as much as I enjoyed the work, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more we were meant to do. Something more to explore, not just in the community, but within ourselves. One afternoon, after finishing a workshop, Sarah and I sat on a bench outside the community center, watching the kids play in the yard. There was laughter in the air, the sound of joy that was so rare for me to hear in my life before this, before the house, before the darkness. Here, it felt real. It felt alive. I've been thinking, Sarah began, her voice carrying a sense of curiosity about what comes next. For us, what are we really building here, Sam? I turned to look at her, intrigued by the question. What do you mean? She glanced over at the kids, her eyes soft. I think we've found something we didn't know we were looking for. This community, the people we've met, the work we're doing, it feels like more than just a life we've built for ourselves. It feels like we're part of something bigger. Maybe we should think about expanding, growing this not just for the kids, but for us too. The idea settled in my mind like a new possibility. You mean starting something bigger, a larger program? Or maybe we could help other communities? Sarah nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Exactly. I mean, we've learned so much about what it means to create, to give. Maybe we can spread that further. Maybe there's more we can offer to the world. The weight of her words settled over me. I could feel the quiet stirrings of something inside me, a new kind of purpose. The peace I had been searching for had come to me in the form of this community, this life with Sarah. But I wasn't ready to stop yet. I could see the possibilities stretching out before us, vast and wide. I think that's a great idea, I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. But maybe we need to take it slow. we're still building here, and I don't want to lose sight of what we've already created. We're not just here for ourselves anymore. This is about everyone. It's about being part of something greater. Sarah smiled back, her hand slipping into mine. Agreed. But maybe we can start by seeing how this model works here, and then we can grow it slowly. Just take it one step at a time, just like we've always done. The future suddenly felt brighter, clearer. There was a new energy in me. A new fire I hadn't realized I still had. Maybe it was the work we had done here, or the people we had met, or the fact that Sarah was by my side. But I knew that this was just the beginning. The past had shaped us, but it was the future we were now living into, a future full of possibility. Over the following months, we began to explore ways we could expand our program. We took small steps, speaking with local leaders from neighboring towns, offering to share what we had learned. Sarah worked on creating a network of teachers, people who had the same passion for sharing knowledge and creating as we did. It wasn't a sudden, massive change, but rather a careful, deliberate process. We kept moving forward, and with each step, I felt the weight of the past lift just a little more. We didn't know exactly where this would take us, but we knew it was the right direction. I no longer feared the unknown. I had Sarah, and together we could face anything. One evening, as we stood on the porch of the cabin, looking out at the horizon, Sarah spoke again, her voice a little quieter, more thoughtful than usual. "You know, I've been thinking a lot about the future lately," she said. "About everything we've done and how far we've come." I turned to her, taking in the sincerity in her eyes. "I have too. It's crazy, isn't it? How much can change in just a few years?" She nodded, her smile warm. "Yeah. And it makes me think that we've finally found what we were meant to do. But it also makes me think about how much more we can do. We've already built something beautiful," I said, wrapping my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "We've built a life, a community. I don't know what comes next, but I know we're not stopping here." Her smile deepened, and I could see the same excitement in her eyes that I had felt earlier, the same spark of possibility that was lighting up my soul. "We're just getting started," she said quietly, her voice filled with certainty. And for the first time, I realized just how true that was. The house, the darkness, it had been part of our story, yes, but it no longer held us captive. We had broken free, and now we were free to choose our path. The future was wide open, and together, Sarah and I would continue to shape it. Whatever came next, we would face it side by side, together, always. The days had a rhythm now, steady, predictable, and full of purpose. Our lives, though quiet and simple, were filled with meaning. The work we were doing with the kids, the connections we were making in the community, all felt like pieces of a larger puzzle falling into place. What had started as a small idea, teaching basic skills to a few local children, had blossomed into something much more. We had begun to extend our reach, not just within our town, but across neighboring regions, offering what we had learned and sharing the lessons that had shaped us. The cabin, which had once been a sanctuary from the world, was now becoming the center of something greater. Our community programs had grown, and we had started to bring people in from other areas who were interested in learning our approach. We taught carpentry, gardening, and even some simple engineering skills. It wasn't just about creating things with our hands. It was about creating a sense of belonging, a place for people to learn, grow, and support one another. Sarah and I had built something from nothing, and as we saw the ripple effect of our efforts, we felt a deeper sense of fulfillment. It wasn't about us anymore. It was about the legacy we were creating, about the lives we were touching, and the people we were inspiring. And there was something truly humbling in that. We had planned a larger event, a community gathering to celebrate everything we had accomplished, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who had joined us along the way. It felt like the right time, the right way to share what we had learned and what we were still learning. The day of the event arrived, and the cabin was alive with activity. People from nearby towns arrived, bringing food, decorations, and supplies. There was laughter in the air, the hum of conversation as families and friends worked together to set up tables and organize everything. It wasn't just an event. It was a celebration of what we had all achieved together. I stood outside for a moment, taking it all in. The sun was bright, casting warm rays over the gathering, and the air smelled like fresh bread and blooming flowers. The kids who had worked with us on various projects were running around, their faces full of excitement, and I could see how far they had come. Their confidence, their pride in what they had built with their own hands, it was something beautiful to witness. Sarah joined me, her presence a grounding force as always. She stood beside me, her hand resting in mine, and we both watched the scene unfold in front of us. "It's hard to believe, isn't it?" she said, her voice full of awe. "Look at all of this." I nodded, my chest tight with emotion. We've come a long way, from the days when it was just the two of us, unsure of what the future would hold, to this. This is incredible. It's not just us, she said softly. It's the people we've met, the families who have joined us. This is their success too. I squeezed her hand, my heart swelling with gratitude. We did this together. All of us. This is what it's all about. As the event progressed, there were speeches, music, and laughter. But what struck me the most were the conversations I overheard. People were talking about how much they had learned, how much they had gained, not just in terms of skills, but in terms of confidence, in terms of community. They talked about how they had been inspired to take on new projects, to start small businesses, to help others in ways they never thought possible. The sense of empowerment was palpable, and I couldn't help but smile as I listened. It wasn't just about what we had built. It was about how it had spread, how it had taken on a life of its own, growing and affecting people in ways we never could have imagined. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the gathering, Sarah and I stood side by side, watching it all unfold. I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of peace. This was the life we had built. This was the future we had created, not just for us, but for everyone. "I think we've done something incredible here," Sarah said, her voice full of quiet wonder. "We have," I agreed, squeezing her hand. "But this is just the beginning." The weeks following the event were a blur of activity. The program continued to grow, and soon, other towns began reaching out, asking if they could implement similar models. People wanted to learn from what we had done, to replicate it in their own communities, and that idea of spreading the message felt like a ripple through water, a small stone thrown that created waves far beyond what we had expected. Sarah and I took time to consider the next steps. There was a lot of work to be done, but there was no rush. We had learned, over the course of our journey, that everything moved at its own pace. We had been patient with ourselves and with the people around us, and it was that patience that had allowed the project to grow as organically as it had. One evening, as we sat in the garden, watching the sun dip below the horizon, I turned to Sarah, feeling a new kind of certainty settle in my bones. "I think it's time we think bigger," I said, the words coming to me naturally. "We've proven the model works here. Now, it's time to take it further. We can't limit this to just one area. We need to spread it as far as we can." Sarah looked at me, her eyes filled with the same excitement and determination that had always been a part of us. "I agree," she said, a smile tugging at her lips. "We've created something here, Sam. We've shown what's possible. Now it's time to show the world." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words and the magnitude of what we were about to take on. But there was no fear in me. We had been through too much to let doubt hold us back. This was the next step in the journey we had started, and with Sarah by my side, I knew we could face whatever came next. As we sat together, planning the next steps, I realized that this was the culmination of everything we had been through. The house, the darkness, it was all a distant memory now, not something that haunted us, but something that had shaped us into the people we were. We had faced the worst and had come out stronger, not just as individuals, but as partners, as a community. The road ahead was full of uncertainty, but it was also full of promise. We had built something real, and now it was time to share it with the world. The journey wasn't over. In fact, it felt like it was only just beginning. And as we took the first step toward that new horizon, I knew one thing for certain: together, there was nothing we couldn't accomplish. The journey we had embarked on seemed to unfold with each new day, not in large leaps, but in small, meaningful steps. Every decision we made, every challenge we overcame, was part of a greater picture, a picture we were still painting, layer by layer. The program was thriving, its impact reaching beyond what Sarah and I had originally imagined. More and more people from surrounding areas came to learn, to be inspired, to be part of what we were building. It felt good to see the ripple effect take hold. The sense of community had spread from one town to many, each place taking its own shape, its own form, based on the values we had shared: self-reliance, creativity, and connection. But there was a constant pull in me, a feeling that despite all the progress, something was still missing. We had built something incredible together, but I couldn't ignore the nagging sense that our purpose was still evolving, still calling us toward something bigger. I looked over at Sarah one morning as we sat on the porch, sipping our coffee and watching the sun climb higher into the sky. The house we had made together felt strong, stable, but the world outside, the world beyond our little corner, felt just as inviting. "Do you ever wonder what else is out there?" I asked, my voice low, as if speaking the thought out loud made it feel more real. She turned toward me, her gaze thoughtful. "I think about it all the time. We've done so much here, and I love what we've built. But..." I smiled softly, knowing exactly where she was going with this. "But it feels like there's more we're supposed to do. More we're meant to give." She nodded, her expression distant but full of purpose. "I feel the same way. We've been so focused on building here, on creating this space, but I think we can do more. We've seen how people can transform when they have the opportunity to learn and grow. And there's so much more we can offer. We've only scratched the surface." I set my coffee down, feeling a spark of excitement ignite in me. Exactly. It's time to think bigger. We've created something beautiful here, but we can't stop now. There's more to this than just this town, this place. I think we need to start thinking about how we can share this message with more people. Her eyes lit up with the same energy I was feeling. Maybe it's time to take everything we've learned and build something even bigger. Something that's not just about community, but about creating opportunities for real, lasting change. It felt like the right moment, the right call. We had built the foundation. Now, it was time to lay the next brick in the path that was forming before us. But even as we began to discuss the next steps, a part of me couldn't help but question if we were truly ready. It was easy to feel the pull of the bigger picture, the call to do more. But with that came uncertainty, and I knew we had to move forward with eyes wide open. In the weeks that followed, we began to make plans for expanding our program to a larger scale. We contacted other towns, started building connections with organizations, and began developing a more formal framework that could be shared. We thought about what it would look like to have a network of like minded people working together, building and creating opportunities for those who needed them the most. But in the midst of that excitement, the pressure started to build. It wasn't just the work, it was the weight of the responsibility. The more we connected with others, the more it felt like we were standing on the edge of something big. The thought of expanding and spreading our message to a broader audience was thrilling, but it was also daunting. I couldn't help but wonder, as we moved forward, if we were losing touch with the very thing that made our program so special, the personal connection. The ability to see each individual, to nurture their growth and development. Was that something we could maintain on a larger scale? Was it possible to truly scale up without losing that heart? I shared these thoughts with Sarah one night as we sat by the fire, the crackle of the flames casting dancing shadows across the room. "I'm excited about the idea of expanding," I said, my voice full of hesitation. "But I also don't want us to lose the essence of what we've built here. I don't want it to become just another program." She looked at me, her gaze steady and reassuring. "I understand. I've thought about it too. But I don't think we have to choose one or the other. We've always focused on quality over quantity. That's what makes this special. What if we focus on creating smaller, more intimate hubs within the larger network? That way, we can keep the personal connection, but still reach more people." Her words hit me with a sense of clarity. "Smaller hubs," I repeated, letting the idea sink in. That could work. We don't need to be everywhere at once. We just need to take it one step at a time, keep that connection strong in every community we touch. Sarah nodded. "Exactly. We can build a network, but we'll keep it grounded in what we've always valued. The quality of the experience. The personal impact. We're not trying to change everything at once. We're trying to change lives, one at a time." I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, the uncertainty receding as the solution began to take shape. We didn't have to sacrifice the heart of what we had created just to scale up. We could be thoughtful, intentional, and still reach more people. We spent the next several months putting the plan into action. We reached out to potential partners, shared our ideas with local leaders, and began developing a model that would allow us to grow without losing the essence of what had made our community program so successful. It wasn't about rapid expansion. It was about slow, meaningful growth, one small step at a time. And through it all, the sense of purpose continued to grow within me. The work we were doing had meaning, it had value. And it wasn't just about fixing what was broken. It was about building something that would last, something that would continue to spread long after we were gone. It wasn't about us. It was about the people we were helping to empower. One evening, as I sat outside, watching the sunset paint the sky in vibrant shades of red and orange, Sarah joined me, sitting quietly beside me. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore was like a constant reminder of the rhythm of life, the flow of time. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and for a moment, we simply sat there in silence, letting the world around us settle into its natural pace. "You were right," I said softly, breaking the quiet. "We're ready. We've always been ready." She smiled, a small, contented smile. "We're not just ready for what comes next. We're ready because we've already done the hard work. Together." And in that moment, I realized that we were no longer just survivors of the past. We were builders, creating a future, not just for ourselves, but for everyone we touched. The past would always be a part of us, but it didn't have to define the road ahead. We had chosen a new path, together. And that was the most powerful choice of all. The future was a blank canvas, and I could feel the weight of it pressing gently on my chest as Sarah and I stood at the crossroads of our journey. The expansion of our program, the growing community, and the ripple effect of what we had already built. It all felt like a promise we had made to ourselves and to the world. It was more than just a chance to move forward. It was an opportunity to create, to build something lasting, something meaningful. The weeks after we formalized our plan were filled with busy, productive days. We began the process of reaching out to other towns, building partnerships with local leaders, and setting up smaller hubs to ensure that the personal connection we had cherished so deeply would remain intact. We didn't rush. We took our time, measured every step, ensuring that our values remained at the forefront of our vision. I found myself reflecting more and more on the road that had brought us here. The house, the darkness, the fear, it had all shaped me into who I was today. But it was no longer something that dictated my path. It was a chapter of the story, yes, but not the whole story. The whole story was still being written. One evening, as Sarah and I sat on the porch, the air thick with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of the ocean breeze, I found myself feeling a deep sense of gratitude. The wind ruffled Sarah's hair, and I watched the way the fading sunlight lit up her face. She had always been my anchor, my steady force in the chaos of the world, and together we had created something beautiful. I was thinking. I began, breaking the comfortable silence between us. We've come a long way from where we started, but I think there's still more to do, more we can offer. Sarah smiled, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. What do you mean? I said slowly, we've been talking about expanding and creating more hubs, more programs. But what if we could take it even further? What if we could create a resource center, a place where people could come together, share ideas, collaborate, and help each other build more sustainable lives? Sarah considered my words for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. You're talking about a bigger community center, not just a place to teach skills, but a space to connect, share, and build partnerships. Exactly, I said, the idea blooming in my mind. A place where people could come not just to learn, but to find the resources they need. Whether it's business advice, mental health support, or just a place to feel safe. We could create a network of support, not just for the kids, but for everyone. A true community center. The excitement in Sarah's eyes was all the encouragement I needed. She squeezed my hand. I think that's brilliant. It would be the next step, giving people the tools they need to create their own opportunities. I nodded, a sense of clarity settling over me. The work we had done had been rewarding, but it was only the beginning. We had the chance to do something more. To create a space where people could come together, not just to survive, but to thrive. As we began to outline our vision for the community center, we realized that it wasn't going to be easy. There would be challenges, funding, logistics, finding the right space, but we were ready for it. We had already faced so much, and every challenge we overcame had only made us stronger, more determined. This was no different. We reached out to local leaders, organizations, and businesses, explaining our vision and asking for their support. To our surprise, the response was overwhelmingly positive. People were excited about the idea, eager to get involved. It was clear that the community was ready for something more, ready to invest in a future that didn't just depend on handouts, but on collaboration and self-sufficiency. Months passed, and the foundation of the community center began to take shape. We found a space, a large, open building on the outskirts of town, and started transforming it into a welcoming, vibrant hub. We worked with local contractors and volunteers to build classrooms, meeting spaces, and a shared workshop area. We set up a small cafe, a place for people to gather and share stories over coffee, and slowly, the center started to take on a life of its own. But as the work progressed, I found myself reflecting on how far we had come. We had once been two people trying to outrun the darkness, trying to survive. Now, We were creating something that could outlast us, something that would give people the tools they needed to create their own futures. One evening, as I stood in the middle of the nearly completed community center, I felt a deep sense of pride. The walls were still bare, the air thick with the scent of fresh paint and wood, but I could see it, see the potential in the space. This was more than just a building. This was a place where people could come together, share their stories, and build something meaningful. Sarah walked over, standing beside me as we surveyed the room. She didn't say anything at first, just looked at the space, and I knew that she was feeling what I was feeling. "It's going to be incredible," she said, her voice filled with awe. "We've come so far, Sam. This is what we were meant to do." I nodded, my heart swelling with emotion. This is just the beginning. We've created something real, something that will last. We've built it, and now it's time to watch it grow. The opening day of the community center arrived faster than I expected, and the buzz around it was palpable. People had heard about what we were doing, and they were excited to see it come to life. The first day was filled with laughter, conversations, and energy that seemed to radiate from every corner of the space. It wasn't just a place to learn. It was a place to connect, to build, to grow. As I walked through the center, seeing people interact, share ideas, and explore the different spaces we had created, I felt a sense of accomplishment that I couldn't fully put into words. This was more than just a project. This was a dream realized, not just for us, but for everyone who had joined us along the way. The house, the darkness, the fear, they were still part of me, of course. But they no longer defined my life. We had turned something painful into something powerful, and now we were sharing that power with others. The past had shaped us, yes, but it was the present and the future that we were now focused on. We stood together, watching people move through the center, and I knew, in that moment, that we had done something that would last. We had built a legacy, a place where people could come to find support, to learn, and to create. We had given them the tools to build their own futures. And as Sarah turned to me, her smile lighting up the room, I realized that the most important thing we had built wasn't just the center. It was the community. It was the people we had helped to inspire, the lives we had touched, and the future we had started to create together. This was just the beginning. The road ahead was still wide open, and no matter what came next, we would face it side by side, together, always.